mas certa palha em si.
Mas falar sobre a conjuntura é um desafio hoje. Não é uma vida que queira se aventurar. E hoje eu não sei o que está acontecendo.
No Twitter segue mais ou menos, mas.
Coisa da rua, de vieses, tudo.
Totalmente, né? Inclusive, hoje todo mundo vai falar também no Egito.
É hoje, né?
Mas você tem essas narrativas.
Informações sobre pedaços da realidade.
Meu tio, não sei se está aqui meu tio,
É um baixador.
ele já está tentando articular para onde ele vai. O tio aqui, isso é nos propósitos. E ele. E ele já falou, mais ou menos, a cidade dele é a seguinte: olha, não preciso de embaixador mais um posto estratégico, quero só ficar nos Estados Unidos. Atlanta, Los Angeles, porque nós temos mal todos os Estados Unidos, eu quero ficar lá.
Mas ainda, não sei, acho que vai ter uma concorrência.
Eu acho que ele vai ficar mistério, né?
Porque esse foi o movimento que a turma que serviu com Lula, Dilma, depois Temer, muitos se tornaram cônsules. Os vários. Era um jeito de infringir a política, né? Fazer um escape dentro da carreira. Era um jeito de fazer um exílio dentro da carreira.
A gente também que eu anexo mais do que vocês fez, né? Depois que, né, no caso,
somos sempre brasileiros.
O Foster dificilmente seria, né? Embaixador em Washington.
Que antes de ser eu tenho outro tio que foi embaixador em Botswana que ele estava à frente na carreira, mas ele era embaixador em Granada, do Caribe, onde só tinha Brasil, China, nem os Estados Unidos tinha representação. E ele falava assim: não, você quer ver esse relatório de manhã? Ninguém lê no Brasil, depois pode jogar tempo de bastante chinês. Era essa vida, mas tinha a presença.
Sim, eu acho
Chegar e.
Eu vou te mostrar esse dado aqui.
Eu não sei assim, cara. Eu não sei se vale a pena ou não ter aquela presença. Eu acho que é importante o Brasil, sei lá, dar presente nos lugares, mas também não custa. Atenção, não custa.
É um custo importante.
Ele mais dois.
Eu tenho plano como na área de RI. E o último é que eu dei um lavão. Internacional do mar. E aí
vai ter participação online também? Não, só para transmissão, para quem quiser acompanhar. E vai ter uma palestrante que vai ficar online para quem não conseguiu chegar.
Tentativamente fez.
Talvez um pouco alto para ele.
So we are live.
Okay.
We are on Zoom. One next
All the presentations are uploaded on my mail here.
Okay.
So when we are using Zoom, can we start?
The meeting is started.
Oh no! Okay, everything's here. You should don't have to look at YouTube now.
You are live streaming from here and you're.
Okay, and when I want to end the meeting, and
Stop streaming.
okay, and how do I save?
Eles estão tentando
Ministro da Educação.
mobilizar a internet aqui. A brochura fica lá
Okay.
You should start recording.
Okay.
So I'll perdi meu pendrive.
So if you don't have problems?
Posso dizer? A brochura vou dar, posso dizer?
Okay. Well, maybe you can talk a little bit, so I will talk to my computer. Sei tudo pra mim.
Eu estou mentalmente, só academic visits. Typically, the computer when
Fazendo parte do meu doutorado.
we need to separate the things from between the live stream.
Talvez você tenha uma só, ainda não conheço.
So,
Eu também não conhecia aqui.
this is
É a primeira vez.
Sério? A gente viu uma vez aqui.
should be okay. This. You should work.
Estou chegando em
Well, let's try. In any case,
Eu fui ver, está vendo esse negócio. Minha cidade votou no Bolsonaro, você falava lá na sua cidade, Campinas, massivamente, claro que eu. Imagina, vai uma cidadela. Sim.
Eu esperava que o Campinas votasse massivamente.
Eu também, acho que é um pouquinho mais apertado.
São Paulo ganhou, né?
Sim.
Okay, so for presentation,
vou falar disso um pouco também.
I have to put my email here because I don't want to share the screen while
Totalmente colorido.
Nenhum bairro.
Nenhum bairro. No primeiro turno teve 2 bairros, que é. Dois bairros, centro, né? Tirando as eleições, né? Separadas, né? Savassi, centro separado.
Okay.
Zona Leste e Barreiro.
And the other email.
Perdeu Barreiro, perdeu Zona Leste, perdeu centro, perdeu tudo. Mas é nesse ano foi aquele azul mais claro. Por uma. Né? Eu acho que perdeu um voto, mas a dinâmica, essa dinâmica.
Just in case I'm not here, I don't explain everything to you.
Yes, please.
Because I finish at 3, so basically they're going.
Mas eu acho que São Paulo é um governo, porque querendo ou não, São Paulo é um berço perfeito. Então, assim, perdeu, mas recuperou rápido. Agora, em lugares como Belo Horizonte, Porto Alegre, Rio de Janeiro, perdeu e não, esse ano não.
I installed OBS in there.
Aí
Yes.
sim.
We log in already.
Não vai ter
So we are live.
Por quê?
OBS still the camera, so yeah. So we're going to Zoom account from here as well, and I will go to the presentation. Yeah?
Claro. Desculpa, tá. Só deixa eu vou acessar aqui e já coloco. Tinha que ser por seu e-mail, eu mandei pro e-mail da Beatriz. Eu acho que ela me terminou.
Engraçado, isso daqui é isso aí não tinha que fazer com isso. Mas isso foi assim, foi intended, né? Eles quiseram brincar. Então, melhor.
E depois aparece. Ele me arrota o mundo.
E a vaca continuou. Lindo. Adorei. Isso é inteligente, isso é bom. Essa paródia foi ótimo. Eu também.
We're going to copy on the best. This is just this.
No, there are others. Not another.
So download all of that.
Se eu fosse papa, eu chamaria todo mundo de doutor. Eu chamaria até o contínuo de doutor, o office boy de doutor. É isso, todos vocês estão sentados no lugar mais confortável.
Você sabe que surgiu direito lá. Uma direita radical.
Tem acompanhado. O Camilo Lopes, ele me deixa saber.
Camilo Nieto.
Meu amigo lá do Uruguai. Aliás, eu visitei algumas vezes lá. Eu levanto esse nome de diplomacia acadêmica. O Uruguai é um país de 3 milhões de pessoas que.
Yes, yeah.
Disso.
Hi. So I was going to say that you're based in Cambridge. You didn't travel.
Yeah, like literally 10 minutes. 10 minutes that way, it's been easy.
I should have tried to do that. I've been wandering actually trying to visit where the
No, I was literally outside was going to you can't move.
it's quite the
Que é o celular.
Oh, right, yeah, I was going to say, I thought you were on Twitter. Plus like, I was going to say, I've been nothing more posts for the last week or so. Sort of information delving in the Twitter.
So I arrived in London, let's see, Sunday morning. And this is the first time I've ever, I sound very parochial. It's the first time I've ever been to a country that I didn't know well.
Right.
You know, so I'm like, I ordered food here, I ordered fish and chips. And it came inside, machine beans. I said, that's, is this a second?
I don't think anyone really knows. I guess all these things have been, like co-opted over time, and it's just become a tradition in law.
Yeah, it's like my
I think sometimes we forget how strange we are with some of these traditions, Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's awesome. So how long are you in the UK for?
I was in London for 2 days. I gave myself a little bit of time to explore.
Right.
I was there Sunday, pretty much all day Sunday, pretty much all day, and then all day yesterday. And then I leave tomorrow.
Okay, just
From here, I take the train to Heathrow. Back to the city. Tomorrow. Very early tomorrow.
So are you based in this?
I'm based in Central Virginia.
Right.
A very small college. I always say no one's ever heard of it, but it's the 10th oldest in the country, so it has a nice kind of history. It was founded by sort of abolitionists. It found as a kind of middle finger to William Mary.
Right.
And all that. So it has an interesting history.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's very conservative though. It's very it's called Hampton after these two guys, Algernon and Hampton, and something.
Yeah, just.
I don't even know these things very well. I know it's one of those things. I used to live in New York, and it's like literally like a 2-3 hour train ride into this thing. I never made, I've never kind of made the commute down there to actually go to
It's
Okay.
it's not that a lot of people say it's
So it's not.
okay.
I love it.
I love it. It's running a friend.
That's fine.
So how long were you?
Yeah, we have.
How long were you in New York
There's
for?
no. Wow,
That was just under 2 years. That was the job. He's changed quite a bit since I
Okay, well,
yeah. So the ones I don't know these at all. I'm actually quite new to see just.
Are you a professor?
So we cannot like
I'm saying I'm in actually. So I'm just about to gel and stuff. Yeah. So I went to Sao Paulo, Santarém, and Hong Kong. Yeah.
Oh, I did film technology.
Oh, really? Oh, cool. What do you do? What did you do?
I was studying militia and police gangs.
Okay, so fun stuff.
Fun stuff.
Yeah.
And I went second round field record for the election.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so are you based in Cambridge as well?
I'm based in
Right.
but I'm doing PhD.
Right.
We're not historians.
Social connection.
Yeah.
So who are you part of the Brazil Centre at Oxford?
I'm not officially, yeah.
Right.
So we came She's with the Latin American Center at Oxford.
I recognise the name, yeah, let me say it.
She does like transitional justice and rights work.
Yeah. Oh my word, yeah, she wrote that really cool book on
Unsettling accounts.
that's the one.
Yeah. Unsettling accounts.
Unsettling accounts, yes.
Military dictatorship with this situation.
Sure. See, her name rings a bell.
Yeah, it's a really good book actually. Yeah, it's I remember I read it probably 5 years ago. Something like that when it first came. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it's great.
But it's based on Argentina, isn't it? It's not Brazil based.
Mostly, yeah.
Kind of Argentine dictatorship.
The one that comes to mind in that general field.
Okay. So just like
Paris,
yes. No, it's more for
yeah, just people
Yeah.
from now the
Yeah.
Latin American Studies Director at the University. So this one somewhere, or maybe Miami, somewhere in Florida.
Isn't the result center finished, right?
So, okay, can we, so if I want to zoom is here, and here I can record maybe.
Yeah.
You can
Because I know that went through a bit of a weird, that did go through a bit of a weird transition for a time. It had some really interesting stuff going on, but, well,
Okay, and here is
staff, right? This is let's gently abraça right when the brute Jim Green wanted a statement from Raza condemning the impeachment. Anthony didn't like the way he took over. Like I got in the middle, like, who do you think is right?
Right side is
just one person. Yeah, no, I think it's just
especially in Brazil, monitoring the elections, like a
He's there,
monitor.
yeah. Well, he's there on Fulbright as a distinguished lecturer of this field. So he's there until
That's fine, it's just one
until the
person.
fall in February. He was there. So I was there over the summer.
This is the clip
Okay.
of the presentation.
Fulbright this year and next year. Like split in two. So I was there this summer. He was there.
Right.
Yeah, it'll be like till the start of next year. So when do you go to Sao Paulo? I'll be back.
January, I think January I'm flying in.
Okay.
I'm only going to see it in 4 or 5 minutes. But I'm flying to.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got to go to Milan for about a month.
Milan guest?
About 6 weeks, I imagine. Yeah, but I'm going to be kind of bouncing around.
Why synthetic?
I look at indigenous video activism, and there's a lot of the Borai that do a lot of film clips stuff there. There's like a big
Let's see.
Do you know Sam Cowie?
Sam Cowie. Yeah, why is that name ring a bell?
He's a journalist. He's worked for the BBC. He's a
Yes, yeah, of course I know Sam Cowie. Yeah, of course I know. I don't know him personally. Yeah, but he's
he's a really sweet guy. He has a lot of, I mean, I'm not sure if he published something, but he has conversation. He was just there filming the thing for, I think it was CNN. Indigenous people.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I think it was Twitter. It's like, I don't know
I will be sad when Twitter closes. So many people have made so many impressions.
Yeah, it's gonna, I wonder what it's gonna be like.
That's
Is it
okay.
like whole styles and the slowly just.
Are you on Mastodon?
I haven't sent to you, right?
Apparently it's the next.
I just sent to you.
Okay, great. Later. Okay. So apologies for the delay. Not very British, very Brazilian. So. Well, we always speak Portuguese. I don't know if you prefer to conduct this meeting in Portuguese or English. Please feel free as you wish. So thank you, welcome to being here. I welcome you to our workshop on the bicentenary of Brazil's independence. It's promoted by CUBS and is financed with support of the Simón Bolívar Fund from the Latin American Studies Center here at the Cambridge University. And I would like to give a special thanks to Davison and Mara that are here today to lead this workshop. I'm Tamara. I'm a PhD student at the Department of Geography. I'm in development studies, and my research is on the financialization of water in Brazil. I'm CUB's former president, and this event was idealized during my mandate with Beatriz, that unfortunately is not here today. She wasn't feeling very well. But I'm here today on behalf of CUBs and Beatriz, very happy to do this. And I am proud that this is happening because we tried very hard this year to make CUBs more focus on bringing academics together, not only social events and things like that, but trying to get out of the CUBs bubble and bring people from other places, universities, and it's happening here today, so it's very good. I'm very proud of the whole team that put this together. And so the date today is quite curious because Brazil independence is celebrated on September 7th, and today is November 15th, that is the celebration of proclamation of Republic in Brazil. But it's a coincidence, it was a coincidence, it was not on purpose, but this is symbolic, and it's symbolic so us can to think on the independences and autonomies that are still lacking for us in Brazil, and to achieve, how can we achieve autonomy during these hard times, periods of authoritarianism and hate speech and fake news and all these situations. But now with the election of a democratic president, we can look with hope for the future and have again the possibility to think it critically and bring ideas and try to figure a future with more social justice. And I think this is why it's important to have this kind of meetings where we can share ideas and experiences. So the whole idea of this workshop is to provide this collaborative space where we can publicize our research, engage in an interdisciplinary way, and build these networks between our different communities. So the workshop will be divided into parts. We'll have a coffee break around 3:30, and we are broadcasting our YouTube channel, CUB's YouTube channel. Okay, so I'd like to welcome Davidson Belém-Lopes. He's doing our opening session with the paper "A Couple of Recruits Won't Suffice Bolsonaro's Failure to Implement a Novel Foreign Policy in Brazil." Davidson's professor of international and comparative politics at the Federal University of Minas Gerais and research fellow of the National Council for Technological and Scientific Development, NPQ, in Brazil. Davidson, please.
Thank you very much. Kind words, Amara. Maybe I should have
Oh, I can.
this.
Oh,
you can.
Sorry, yeah, please.
Hopefully I'll make no mistake. Thank you very much, each and everyone. And thank you, Tamara, especially for inviting me to come. I was really looking forward to having an excuse to come all the way from Oxford to Cambridge. This was the perfect occasion. And what a beautiful landscape and room, and very nice to be here. Okay, I was thinking to myself, what kind of presentation should I deliver today? Because you were so kind to let me choose whatever kind of approach I should take. And I have almost opted for something broader, like a grand narrative about Brazil, or Brazil's 200 years, and soon I had realized that would be too much, and I would be doomed to fail in a very miserable way trying to cover 200 years. So I have decided to speak about Brazil's recent history and focusing on Bolsonaro's legacy. There might be a legacy. And this is my current research agenda, as a matter of fact. I've been working on it, trying to make sense of the last 4 years under Bolsonaro from this very specific angle, foreign policy making. And this is what I have to share with you. Since this is a research workshop, so I thought it would be good to bring some research work and to expose it to you, to your scrutiny, so that if I survive this audience, maybe I can qualify for a good outlet. So, okay, I was telling Alvaro that I have chosen this picture to try to represent, to symbolize the level of intellectual capacity of Brazil's president, in the way I was trying to purport. I was trying to depict him in the way he should be seen. Not a very serious character, and I'm afraid if I had searched a bit more, I would have found, even more degrading representation. But this is good enough to represent Bolsonaro's mental capacity, so to speak. And the title is meant to be an inside joke as well. The idea that a couple of recruits won't suffice is one reference, an indirect one, to Eduardo Bolsonaro's words back in 2017, I guess, when he was teaching, he was delivering a lecture, and he mentioned that given Brazil's institutional weakness, even a sergeant and a corporal would be enough to close Brazil's Congress and the Supreme Court and to stage a coup at the end of the day. Right? So what I am telling Eduardo Bolsonaro right now, on this very day, is that no, a sergeant, a corporal, they won't be enough. They're not sufficient to stage a coup in Brazil and to change Brazil's foreign policy. And I'll try to show during this presentation the underlying reasons why Brazil is, institutionally speaking, Brazil is die hard. It's not so easy to stage a coup. It's not so easy to bend Brazil's institutions. So here we go. Yeah, so as all of us know, there has been sort of a far-right populist wave around the world. Maybe the year 2016 is a good reference for all of those who have taken the time to study far right-wing politics and right-wing populism around the world. Not that there wasn't something going on before 2016, but this is a good reference here because, after all, Brexit took place in 2016 and Trump got elected in 2016. So this is a good landmark, a good reference for this conversation this afternoon. Bolsonaro is sort of a child of this movement, this far right-wing populist wave around the world. He got elected in Brazil in 2018, October 2018. He took office in January 2019, and he's been mimicking, imitating Donald Trump in every step. And he's even apparently proud of being identified as the tropical Trump, the Trump of the tropics, apparently. So my question, my research puzzle should be presented out like this. Did Bolsonaro's government, and we can ask this in hindsight now, right? We're almost reaching the end of this catastrophic, under every angle, possible angle, but in 2022, can we say that Bolsonaro has bred an entirely new variety of foreign policy? And does his far right-wing politics, Bolsonaro's far right-wing moves, did they lead us to a new kind of foreign policy? And are we in Brazil experiencing a one-of-a-kind foreign policy, or is it just more of the same? And after all, at the end of the day, there hasn't been much of a change in the way foreign policy is conducted in Brazil. So this is the research puzzle, because apparently, as far as I can tell, there hasn't been much of a change when it comes to empirics. So Bolsonaro has been very outspoken. He's been promising a lot. He promised to deliver new contents. But what I'm trying to show during this presentation is that bottom line, Brazil is pretty much the same it used to be in 2018, before he took office. So this is just the summary of my presentation. So what did he promise? Well, maybe we should first go to this slide. So what did Bolsonaro promise before getting elected in Brazil in 2018? He did promise he would put into practice a revolutionary foreign policy, something truly new. First, for being religious, and this religious leaning was something truly, really new for Brazilian standards. We had never seen such a public discourse, and his first foreign minister, Ernesto Araújo, he would go as far as to affirm that since Bolsonaro had been elected by the majority of the Brazilian electorate, and since Brazil was a Christian nation, so it was like a logical corollary that Brazil's foreign policy should be conducted along Christian lines. So this was the rationale, the reasoning behind Bolsonaro's dramatic move in the realm of foreign policy. So this was number one change he promised to deliver, and of course a more morally conservative handling of foreign affairs. Second of all, Bolsonaro has promised, and I don't know if all of you are familiar with Brazil's electoral procedures, but before running for the presidency, each candidate must deliver a program, a plan of government. And in 2018, Bolsonaro, he has done it, but his plan of government was totally unimpressive and utterly improvised. It was clearly underdeveloped, especially when it comes to foreign policy making. So he's just mentioned a few lines. He's just mentioned his willingness to get closer to countries like the US, Israel, and Italy. Namely, these three countries were mentioned, but he also has made some references to anti-communism or to the need for Brazil to get rid of some connections with bloody dictatorships in Latin America and Africa. So it was pretty much Bolsonaro's plan for Brazilian foreign policy. So it was clearly underdeveloped, which in a way that was a blessing in disguise for him, because it gave him a lot of room to maneuver at the end of the day. Since he was elected without a plan, he was literally a man without a plan. So he was given a lot of room to implement whatever his team, his entourage would come up with eventually. This is an interesting phenomenon that took place in Brazil over the last 3 or 4 years. What else? Allegedly, Bolsonaro, he would not put into practice a foreign policy based on Brazil's identification with the global south or with the region, with Latin America. Brazil should not align with its neighbors, its own region. Brazil should instead look for closer connections with the northern hemisphere and should look for special partnerships with the US and European countries. And at the end, Bolsonaro, he was not really committed to the environment. So he promised he would take Brazil out of the Paris Climate Accord, and actually he never did. At the end of the day, never really materialized this goal, but it was his plan to, and also to withdraw Brazil would withdraw from a lot of international bodies. That was the plan originally. He has even mentioned that Brazil should be out of the United Nations. This was one of his brightest ideas, that Brazil should not take part in the only truly global organization, the United Nations. Okay, so this is what Bolsonaro promised for Brazil's foreign policy in a few words, because he hasn't given many ingredients for us to extrapolate. This is what he announced back in October 2018. And how we have assessed Bolsonaro's performance during his mandate, we have resorted to this very useful approach from public policy analysis, the punctuated equilibrium theory, according to which, and to make a long story short, there's a tendency of inertia for every public policy that one might consider, unless a given topic is politically salient enough to allow for a big change. So how does this politicization process happen? How does it take place? Basically, when one leader intends to politicize it and starts pulling the levers at institutional level. So this leader must win battles both inside, at the domestic front, and if he or she wins inside, he or she must win outside at the international level. So it's a two-level game, and this is our model to account for Bolsonaro's foreign policy performance. We have tried to map Brazil's foreign policy making process by identifying a few venues where the game is played. Basically, it won't come as a surprise for most of you. I mean, of course, Congress is an important venue for a foreign policy to materialize. The Supreme Court, in a way, constitutionally speaking, the Supreme Court is entitled to rectify and to zeal for the Constitution, and Brazil's Constitution has a lot to say about foreign policy, Article 4. But not only Congress and the Supreme Court, or the judiciary branch, not only the branches of the Brazilian state, but also some national entities like federal states. Brazil is made up of 26 states plus the federal district, and municipalities. There are more than 5,500 municipalities in Brazil, which enjoy some degree of constitutional autonomy. This is Brazil's federal compact. Brazil has got more than 5,500 units, federated units, this is how it works in Brazil. There's a lot of decentralization, at least theoretically. But we have also contemplated, we have also tried to cover with this model the role, very unique role, very important role played by Brazil's foreign ministry, Itamaraty. I'd say that over time, Itamaraty has been able to work as sometimes as an independent variable, and this is interesting because since it's just a ministry, Itamaraty was supposed to just follow the executive branch's leadership or guidance, but this is not what happens sometimes. Itamaraty is able to implement on its own some policies, or at least, at the very least, to like conduct or to give some spin to foreign policy making in Brazil. The armed forces, I think I should not overemphasize the role of the armed forces in foreign policy making, but for Brazil, it's a very important entity. When it comes to foreign policy making, it's less important. Under normal times, it's not exactly the bulk of their activities. They should not be dealing with foreign policy making, but sometimes they do in the course of Brazil's history.
Sorry.
No problem.
Okay. What is happening?
Don't say.
Yeah. I'm trying. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. And finally, civil society, which is not exactly a venue, but which is quite important, and I have tried to bring it in because many moves are only explained if you take into account this, not an actor, but this important category and all of the actors that might interact with Brazil's state apparatus. So this is, in a nutshell, this is the Brazilian state represented for the sake of trying to decipher how foreign policy is made inside the country. And if a leader is able to win the games, to win the battles inside the country, then he or she should win at a second stage the battles outside, I mean, at the international level, during the interactions that a chief of state will have during the course of his her mandate. So then a policy change can happen, and only then a policy change can happen. This is my theoretical bidding. This is what I'm trying to expose and to defend before you today. So, okay, now I can go ahead and offer you some meat, some primary data, and this is, I'm really proud of this because most of the figures, they are a byproduct of the research work that we carry out at the Federal University of Minas Gerais. So my PhD students are behind it, and this is why I'm so proud of the kind of research work they have been conducting in Brazil. But to begin with, so I asked, what's actually new about Bolsonaro's foreign policy? First graph shows that Brazil has voted in a different way since the moment Bolsonaro took office. Brazil has aligned with the US. You can see the two lines in the first graph. They have approached, they were more distant, now they're much closer, which means that at the United Nations General Assembly, Brazil has started to vote like the US in a very clear way. So it happened the moment Bolsonaro came to power, and Trump was already in the office, he was already at the White House. So yes, Bolsonaro had promised he would align Brazil with the US, and he has delivered it. But not only this, the second graph shows that Brazil has changed its voting pattern at the United Nations Human Rights Council. Brazil used to be a champion for human rights. Brazil used to defend human rights in every dimension, but Brazil has started to abstain or to vote against some resolutions since the moment, and you can see here's the line to indicate the moment Bolsonaro came to office. So Brazil has dramatically changed the way it will vote with regard to human rights issues. This is particularly interesting because the second graph, it shows, and we have, this is a proxy indicator, as a matter of fact. I should share with you this info. It's with regard to the Palestinian conflict. I mean, this is only representing all the resolutions that touched on the Palestinian conflict, and we have witnessed a complete reversal in the way Brazil would position itself towards this conflict. So historically, Brazil has had a much more pro-Arab stance, but it has changed very dramatically since Bolsonaro took office. This is also interesting, and this is representative of the rhetorical turn in Brazil's foreign policy. Bolsonaro's Brazil has become much more conservative, much more nationalistic in Brazil's speeches at the United Nations. And you can see there are two axes. The horizontal one, it's liberal against conservative. So the more you go to the right, the more conservative things become. And we have mobilized, we have used it like a dictionary, and we have tried to conduct this analysis, mobilizing a huge corpus with speeches delivered by every country with a seat at the United Nations General Assembly. So we have seen that Bolsonaro's Brazil, has become more conservative in comparison with Temer's Brazil and Rousseff's Brazil. So you can see at the very center of the cloud, there's Rousseff and Temer. They're very close to each other, but Bolsonaro stands out, and you cannot see this, but Donald Trump is right here. Yeah, so he's the most nationalistic and conservative leader that we have identified with our dictionary and conducting this discourse analysis. This is interesting. So at a rhetorical level, Brazil has become more conservative. But when it comes to empirics, and this is what I mean, and this is what this piece of work wants to convey. If you look at some other indicators, like how personnel has been allocated, this is an interesting indicator for public policy purposes. So when you look at the way Brazil has been allocating its diplomatic personnel, there hasn't been much of a change. If you look at global intergovernmental bodies, no change. So the anti-globalist diatribe or the discourse, it doesn't correspond to the way our leader, Jair Bolsonaro, has been allocating resources. So Brazil has been a member of intergovernmental bodies, exactly the way it was before Bolsonaro's coming to office. Brazil has only left one intergovernmental body, UNASUR, but the process was launched with Temer. So, I mean, it's not Bolsonaro's fault, as a matter of fact. We have also left CELAC, but CELAC is not properly an intergovernmental body. It's just an informal initiative, legally speaking. So Brazil's diplomatic personnel, they are where they were before Bolsonaro. But when it comes to the region, then you can see a bit of a change. There are less people working for regional organizations under Bolsonaro, but this process again has been launched under Temer. So I believe it should not be credited to Bolsonaro. And this is interesting as well. I was talking to André before the beginning of this session. One promise Bolsonaro has made before taking office was to conduct a more austere fiscal policy and to spend less money with Brazilian embassies and consulates abroad. And actually, he has closed some embassies, particularly in Africa and in the Caribbean mostly, but not to the extent that he had promised to do, because there was a lot of resistance at the level of Itamaraty. As when you close an embassy, a consulate, you are also eliminating some headship positions. So it's always complicated at the level of the bureaucracy to bring this about. Okay, environmental policy, and this has struck me as a surprise when I first read these figures. Bolsonaro, he has been notorious for destroying the Amazon and for dilapidating Brazil's environmental capital. This is beyond the shadow of a doubt. He's not environmentally friendly, he's not. That's what he's not. But at international level, he has sometimes, I mean, at the beginning, he has tried to pull off from some very important international agreements, but he could not afford it at the end of the day. There was a lot of resistance, especially here in Europe. So business people, they have resisted. And Bolsonaro, he has accommodated to this international urge and this international movement. And at the end, in the second half of his mandate, he's sometimes even doubled down on some topics. He has promised to deliver more than he would actually do, but he has not. He has committed with some international agreements in a way that would contradict common sense speech. This is interesting. And if you look at the way Brazil has pronounced itself at the United Nations, again, there's not much of a difference between Temer, Bolsonaro, and Rousseff. So we are more or less, we are manifesting Brazil's position in the very same way we used to do back in 2018 or 2016, 15. At the time, Rousseff was Brazil's president. So this, to make a long story short, my concluding remarks, and then, I mean, if we have some more time, we can discuss over some of the particular topics I have presented. But Bolsonaro's presidency, it did not mean a 180-degree reversal in Brazil's foreign policy. It was more of barking than biting. It was more rhetorical than empirical, the kind of change that one can identify in Brazil's Bolsonaro. He was able to implement partially his foreign policy in as much as he has delivered a morally conservative foreign policy, especially with regard to human rights topics. And he has aligned Brazil with Trump's US and Netanyahu's Israel, and also with some other unexpected partners, especially the Persian Gulf countries. This was really something I didn't see it coming, like Brazil becoming close friends with, I don't know, Qatar. That was new, especially because we're not speaking of Christian countries, after all. But I would also say that Bolsonaro, he was not able to deliver his promises. When it comes to globalism, Brazil did not become an entire globalist nation. Not at all. Brazil has become even closer to China, to the People's Republic of China, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, when China's imports plus exports share and participation in Brazil's external share, in Brazil's external commerce reached something like 40%. So it's a huge share, it's a huge chunk of Brazil's foreign trade. The second place goes to the United States, 13%, so 40 against 13. It's a huge gap between the two countries now. Brazil has kept its regional interactions more or less at the same footing as they were under Michel Temer. There was not a rupture, anything of the sort. And Brazil has maintained, even as a facade, but Brazil has maintained some degree of support to environmental agreements, to the environmental global governance, so to speak. So yeah, this is Brazil under Bolsonaro. In a few words, more bark than bite. This is what Brazil looks like. And this is why I am optimistic about Brazil's potentials under Lula. It won't be that difficult to change course, since this Bolsonaro has done was intense, but intensely superficial. This is my account of Brazil's foreign policy under Bolsonaro. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harrison. If you want to put in questions, please feel free.
Many thanks, Dobson, for the wonderful presentation. And it's really interesting to see some counterintuitive demonstrations, and it made me think a lot. And I would like to share some of the ideas, so I can listen to you on them. Just at the beginning, you said that we should be, maybe I'm more pessimistic than you are, but anyway, I would like to listen to you about that. You said that Bolsonaro, and by extent Bolsonarism, we could think, was almost reaching the end. But given the results of the elections, with 14 governors that either supported him and were supported by him, and also his party in Congress, like in the Chamber of Deputies, 99 deputies elected. So that's the largest party for the next legislature. It seems that even without Bolsonarism can might leave to some extent But the question is to what extent it should remain radicalized, or it could be divided during the next years according to other political and society actors. And another part of what I would like to ask you about is about, especially when you talk about environmental foreign policy. If you notice, besides the voting in UN bodies and other like bodies, that's all right. Brazil, for example, lost both Denmark's and Germany's resources for fighting deforestation in the Amazon. So that was a real setback that happened. Meatpacking industries in China, they had some setbacks as well that were reverted both by Teresa Cristina's ability and also because of the problems that the internal markets in China had, and also changes in their diets. They're being more open to beef and many other changes. So it could be argued on the other hand that it was not for Bolsonaro's and Bolsonaro's son's fault. Brazil would have taken these commercial relations with China to a even a larger extent. As regards indigenous rights, it was a complete disaster, his international participation and his positions as well. That is something that we had never seen from Brazilian presidents and diplomats. Of course, the diplomats were more cautious, but anyway, the line, as was suggested by Casa Civil. And just to finish this, as regards the Paris Agreement, of course, there was an intention incentivized by certain currents of agribusiness, especially cattle ranchers and soy producers, but he was not able to implement it. And I agree with you, because there was resistance from agri-food elites, both national and transnational ones. But anyway, Brazil during COPs was famous for using creative statistics to purport an idea of advancement, while environmental NGOs were pointing out specifically that they were not really delivering what they wanted the society, international community to understand. So just, it was wonderful, and it made me think a lot in respect. My questions are really intended to be really respectful, but I would like you to comment on that, please.
First, Bolsonaro's connection with his party, PSA. PSA is the ninth party Bolsonaro has been affiliated to during his lifetime career. And he doesn't have like a stronghold political party on which he could rely. And in this sense, he's much different from Donald Trump, right? Because apparently Trump has hijacked the Republican Party at the moment. There's a lot of Trumpism permeating the Republican Party. So Bolsonaro, he's got tepid relations with his political party. It keeps changing. And this is recording in progress. Between two characters, Trump and Bolsonaro. And when I look at Bolsonarism, political movement, then I keep asking myself, what is the hardcore? Bolsonaro, he recording in progress. 8 million votes, but how many have voted for radical Bolsonarism to remain politically active in Brazil? I don't know. I cannot tell you. But I'm afraid it's a very small portion out of those 58 million votes anti-PT sentiment. There's a lot of legitimate right-wing identity in it. It's hard to tell. I don't know which side is Bolsonaro at the moment. So I find it hard to associate or to conflate Bolsonarism with the 14 governors and the 99 congressmen. It's really difficult for me from a methodological standpoint. It's complicated. And I know you know this. It's hard, right? It's hard to tell where it starts, where it finishes. It's really complicated. But it's a question worth asking, right? What are we going to do with Bolsonaro? We are left with this. And as a Brazilian society, we must cope with it in an intelligent way, right? With regards to Norway and Germany cutting the funds, and now apparently they are resuming their contributions, right? So this is one of the reasons why I believe Lula might succeed at least at international level in the year 2023. I don't know, maybe it's just my background speaking. I've been living in the UK for 1 year, but I can feel in the air some moderated optimism about Brazil. I don't know if in the US there's this ambience, but in the UK and Europe as a whole, I have this feeling that Brazil is seen with benevolent eyes at the moment. There's some hope in the air, and yeah, you're so right. Bolsonaro has been very detrimental to Brazil's image abroad. But this can work at the moment as a credential for Lula. This is strange, but I mean, the worse you get, the better for Lula to come to the stage and to start delivering something different, entirely, utterly different from Bolsonaro. So this is quite paradoxical, but Bolsonaro's better performance is good news for Lula. And Lula now is not Lula from 2002, who was a rookie, who was trying to understand how international politics would work. Now he knows how to drive Brazil. He knows how to do it. I'm optimistic at the end of the day. But you're right, there's a lot of contradiction. Brazil came out with creative statistics. You said, yes, this has been a trait of Brazil at international level. There's a lot of contradictory behavior as well. I mean, Brazil would claim, would pledge, the country would defend the environment while conducting indigenous massacres and things like this. I remember that when it comes to the LGBTQIA plus agenda, Brazil is very contradictory as well, right? At international level, Brazil is progressive, or used to be, until Bolsonaro. But at the domestic front, Brazil was truly, really very conservative at the level of the Congress. So this is something that we have been dealing with for quite a while, I'm afraid. But thank you very much for your comments. Lovely one.
Thank you for your replies.
Well, I have several comments, but I'll look at myself too very briefly. Well, first thing I'm thinking is a slight comment to begin with. The one comment that I found resonated with family and friends in trying to convince them not to vote for Bolsonaro was Brazil's international standing. That for everything, they had an exchange responsibility. One thing that no one can argue is that Brazil internationally was way down. I mean, I think it's a palpable sense. But it raises the question, hearing your comments about more marked than white. I'm curious to hear you expand a little bit more why that is. Is it incompetence or insincerity in that different probably a mix of both. But that's the first question. The second question I would pose is, there's a little bit of a debate about whether we can lump Brexit, Trump, Bolsonaro, these different sort of far-right things into a coherent constellation. I think I tend to agree with you that we can find some core uniting these things. But just to play devil's advocate, I mean, right, Maloney in Italy, Orban looks stronger than ever. Netanyahu is back in Israel. Russian invasion of Ukraine. If it's true that the international right wing, the fortune of the international right wing matters for Brazil, how do we understand what happened in Brazil in this context of a very strong right wing international forces as well? Sure, not Trump, but others. Again, I think I tend to agree with your initial point, but just to play devil's advocate a little bit. Incompetence. If you could, you would have done it. You would have delivered something of a change. And that applies both to Bolsonaro and to Ernesto Araújo, who was much of an outlier, and you know well where he stands at the level of Brazilian foreign ministry is not exactly a mainstream type. He's been chosen exactly to serve as a yes man, someone who would just accept and implement the orders coming from Bolsonaro himself, from his kids. I have this impression. But it's hard to rule, right? It's complicated. This is why, if he were given his mandate, then things could turn out a bit different, because he would be able, in a more deft way, he would be able to implement the changes now. He knows how to do it. Now he knows. So it's become more dangerous. It's more or less the same kind of reasoning for Orban. When they look at Hungary's Orban, what can happen to a country where those leaders with this right wing inclination, what they can do if they are given the second, third, and fourth mandate, it becomes really dangerous. Yes, you have already anticipated my response in a way when it comes to the second question. Hungary is peripheral in Europe. So is Italy, I'm afraid. And yeah, what else? Putin is very isolated, of course. And he's been here for many years now, for 20 years. So yeah, I still, yeah, I should. The Brexit and Trump are different orders of magnitude. Apparently so, yeah, I think so. It's another constellation that minor. Yeah, I'd like to believe in it. But thank you very much for coming.
There's time for one question. When you mentioned Ernesto Araújo, I want to ask to what degree you think this capacity of Bolsonaro to implement concrete foreign policy changes may also reflect internal divisions within the Itamaraty. You have maybe a small Bolsonarist core, but Bolsonaro's core at the Itamaraty that Ernesto Araújo sort of personified, I think, better than most. But considering Itamaraty is comprised of older, upper middle class white men, inevitably they'll be more attracted to Bolsonaro's ideology. But just thinking, if by all accounts the PT is going to appoint a senior PT figure to lead the Itamaraty, how do you see this internal dynamics within the Itamaraty with the Lula government?
I've spent my whole life, my career, studying this object for ministry, and there's no such a thing like personalism inside the Itamaraty. There are a few true believers, maybe 10, 15, 20 people out of 1,500 diplomats. And no, there's a lot of opportunistic behaviors. Of course, they will take sides with those who are in the lead at the moment. And so when Bolsonaro is gone, they will change their
not bet, I would not, this would not be my first hypothesis. Internal division, struggles for power inside the monarchy. I don't think it's happening. Really, truly, this is not going to happen. And just take one piece of information to account. The monarchy has existed for almost 200 years now. They're about to turn 200 years in 2023. They have existed since 1823. In a way, it's the same people, same families. There's a lot of repetition when you look at the names, family names. And so they correspond to a small fraction of Brazil's elite, and they have been able to play according to the rules, and they have been very able to conform to monarchy, republic, parliamentarism, presidentialism, military dictatorship, democracy, it doesn't matter. They are servants of the state. This is official speech, right? It's official discourse. They will always reply when you confront. They will always say they work for the Brazilian state, no matter who is in the lead at the moment. So no, about that, they will always conform to political conditions, political circumstances.
Thank you. We'll have to move forward. So now we have Caio Pompeia from Oxford and the University of São Paulo. Caio is currently an academic visitor at the University of Oxford. He's a researcher at the postdoctoral program in social anthropology at the University of São Paulo and has a PhD in social anthropology from the State University of Campinas with a period as a visiting fellow at Harvard University. His research interests at agri-food system, politics and power environment, food policy and traditional territorial rights. He's the author of the book Formação Política do Agronegócio from 2021. Share your presentation. Here. Caio, if you want to present there or seated, you could bring
Thank you very much, Renata. I would really like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to be here. I'm really looking forward to all the presentations, and I hope we'll continue to have, because we have already started to have fruitful dialogues. What I do, as I said, I work with agri-food actors, mostly operating in Brazil. But when I talk of actors operating in my country, it does not mean they are only national actors. I'm working with transnational corporations, but also Brazilian actors like soy producers, ranchers, and cotton producers, and so on. So I'm mostly interested in their politics and what they do to elaborate their power. I'm also studying their conflicts and divisions. So I do not tend to take agribusiness, as it's often taken in Brazilian press, as a monolithic, but I try to study the divisions by using mostly extensive field work, especially in Brasilia and in São Paulo, but also field work in certain regions, especially in Mato Grosso as well. But when I saw the invitation for the bicentenary of Brazil's independence managing autonomy for the next 200 years, I thought that one field work that I had just completed before coming to Oxford, which was with the indigenous populations, which were being whose areas were starting to be used by large soy producers in Mato Grosso, would be interesting to present here
agency and their capacity of autonomy, you have three very different results as regards the reaction to soy producers' attacks. So I'll talk about that at the end, and that's disclaimer. That's an ongoing investigation, so it would be very nice to hear your feedback as well. So just to resource-size it a little bit. Of course, indigenous peoples and their relations to lands have always been a very contentious issue in Brazil. So I don't intend here, when I try to historicize the intensification of confrontations to their territorial rights, that this has not existed in the past. But for the sake of this small amount of time I have, I'll just jump into the years 2012 and 2013, when a great intensification from the part of agribusiness actors rose in Brazil, and especially in its federal capital, Brasilia, and it was able in 1 or 2 years to force the virtual paralyzation of demarcation in the country. So from 13 or more regionally speaking, from 2014 on, under Dilma, no demarcations or almost no demarcations would happen anymore. So it had to do, especially with Brazil's many other factors, but especially Brazil's necessity, or at least the government's, and more specific, the government's necessity to build a coalition with Congress and a strong opposition that the so-called business caucus, or more traditionally, as said in the literature, the rural caucus, was imposing to the government. So the rural caucus was an important base of Dilma's coalition, as it had been for Lula as well, and it was forcing the government to halt the demarcations. So it was mainly an alliance between conservative actors, for example, the National Confederation of Agriculture and Beef Producers, CNA, most of you should know about it, and also some volatile currents of agri-food industries, so agro-industries. So it was not only a political action of actors inside the farms, but also of actors related to industrial and tertiary activities of the economy. So, for example, traders, Brazilian ones like Canadi, but also large transnational traders like Boom, Cargill, and even Costco, the Chinese one, would start getting behind actions to halt the demarcations, as well as meatpacking industries. So they were all operating in a political dispositive, which was set at the back of the rural caucus and working in tandem with the deputies and the senators. They were able to force this change in policy. So what I did specifically was to do field work for several months inside this mansion in Brasilia, near the first bridge, for those who know the capital, where roughly in actual numbers, 48 national associations of agribusiness elites convene in a systematic way, which means at least weekly meetings. And this nation works with three main axes. So one is regulations and to plan how they will be enacted in Congress. But that's the second part of my talk. With the reascendancy of the far right in Brazil, following, of course, as already been talked about, the rise of the far right in a global way, these attacks on indigenous rights have been taken to another level, much more extreme. So from 2017 on, but especially from 2019 on, so with Bolsonaro's initial year in power, these actors were not only content with halting demarcations, which mean demarcations, if you halt demarcations, it means that no lands which you possess that might be on indigenous lands which have not yet been recognized are in peril. But the second part of the strategy, which was implemented during Bolsonaro's government, was to go after the demarcated areas themselves. So to open the demarcated areas for, especially for soil production, but for other agricultural commodities as well. And that includes not only agribusiness interests, but mining interests, as you must have heard about. This is an area we visited in Mato Grosso, and that is an area that has just recently been cleared, as they say, for the production of soy. That's the state of Mato Grosso. So the currents of agribusiness that were behind these new action were especially climate change deniers. So were those actors that Dabson mentioned that were behind Brazil's the bid for Brazil to denounce the Paris Agreement. Those actors as well were the ones who were asking Bolsonaro to extinguish the Ministry of the Environment. They are mostly composed of cattle ranchers and soybean producers. So what we had, more specifically talking, was a conjunction of actors of current of agribusiness to operating in tandem to initialize or to extend, better saying, this second strategy. Again, this strategy had been a mark of Brazil's history in by FUNAI in other decades, but it had been only localized and had never been brought to the fore and brought to a national level and being like something that was like the core for the government in Brazil to fight for. What's interesting is that another current inside agribusiness, which I call decarbonizers, like coal industries and some financial actors as well in the country, they have, especially from 2018 on, been writing in their documents that they are worried about attacks on indigenous rights, and they, in a shy way, but they have started, and this is new in our business, to defend these rights, at least vocally. But that's where the stress should be put on, because no actions besides articles in newspapers and interviews, more real practical actions like using your clout in Congress to really bring changes about this has not happened. So with this situation, and I'm ending, more radical and conservative actors can work to implement the second strategy, which has been gaining momentum in Brazil. They have not yet been able to change the legislation as regards to that. There is a debate about whether you could change, you must change constitutional articles, or you could change some of the laws, but they have not been able to do it yet. But what they are doing, they are incentivizing the actions to be done in the regions, especially Mato Grosso, which is a paradigmatic way of a region where it is being advanced. So, for example, with the IC and with the Chavante, it has really advanced in the last 4 years. Amazing here. So we visited 3 indigenous lands in this year, in 2022, San Salvador, Tarumuri, and Pirita Barbosa. All of them were being and are being up to now met with increasing and Brazilian organized between politicians and business people to open parts of the areas to soil producers. So it's very interesting to see that, and sad as well, to see that Salvador has been the business people's efforts have not been met with much challenge. So they have been able to divide the community and forge a more active majority by the part of indigenous peoples, and they have been able to start operating inside the land. So now 4 big, very large and powerful soil producers are operating inside that area. Before Mahuri, the division of the community was sort of half and half. So they did not let the soil producers by themselves do the cleaning and operate them there. But they did something else to allow it to be cleaned anyway. So they got the how do I say that in English? It's the mayor's office, the municipal power to do it. So the municipal power opens the area, and they are saying that it's going to be for rice and only with the state operating inside there. But we all know, like, let's not be naive, that it's just a start for the business people to come later. And it normally works like this in the Cerrado. When you open it, you start with rice and then the soy and comes. But, and I'm pretty finishing, it's a very, very organized community. They're very aware of their ethnicity, and they, of course, they understand its political construction, but they do it in a really good way. And they have been able to, while not confronting leaders, both political and business leaders that want to enter their area, they have been able to keep them away. So, for example, when the president of Funai asked to go and visit, give himself the area to talk about this idea, they said, okay, we come here. And they would always listen to people, show them respect, treat them in a very cordial way, but they would say at the end, okay, we understand, thank you very much for this kind of offer, but we are 100% here that we don't want this. So thank you very much. And they've been able, of course, there are different strategies that we have time to talk about all they told us, but anyway, it's really a stark opposition, and when you oppose these 3 Chavantes areas, they're from the same ethnicity. The Pirita Barbosa has not been opened in it's a beautiful, beautiful area of Cerrado, close to the Amazon. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
We can continue with the 2 other presentations for this block and leave the questions for after that. That is fine for you, and then we can have a break. Okay, so here, so now we have Juliana Tibes. Juliana is an economics PhD student at Federal University of Minas Gerais. She has been at SOAS as a visiting scholar since August this year. She has a master's in economics from the University of Ouro Preto and an undergrad in economics from the University of Ouro Preto as well. And she's in Just let me do a presentation. Oops, sorry, sorry, guys. Just I'll get there. How do we make it full screen? Ah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here from my work. I wrote this paper under the supervision of my Brazilian supervisors, my work is the green transition of emerging countries, green issues in Brazil and China. The green bond market is an emerging market that intends to raise money to finance the green transition or the free carbon economy. So it's very interesting. And we chose Brazil and China because China is the biggest issuer of green bonds, and Brazil is a promising green bond market. So the big picture behind this work is to understand how the countries are conducting their economic development process that is not including the natural capital losses and the greenhouse gas emissions. And other point very important is that the emerging economies suffer much more than developed countries when due to face the effects of climate change. One, because of they have less money to face this kind of damage. There is and this kind of country relies much more on natural activities like livestock, agriculture, things like that. So consider the role of the financial system in raising the money needed to bring the green transition. So the process needs much more money than was raised in business as usual. So green bonds as seen as a financial market solution. I'm not saying that the market is the solution, but the money is much more bigger than business as usual, as I said, and the public and private needs to raise this money together to be able to finance the transition needed worldwide. So the general objective of this paper is to answer the following question first, understand that if there are differences between the Brazilian and Chinese growth of this market. Second, if the factors of the financial system is dependent to the green bond growth trends, and to understand what are the sectors that are receiving money that is raised by green bonds. I focus on certified green bonds because certification is a formal process that institutions like climate bonds initiatives say yes. The company that's raising money through green bonds is putting the money in a green activity. So, although green bonds there have not an official definition, it's not a consensus about what is green bonds because the word green is very hard to define in this context. It's not easy to say, yes, this is green or not. For example, in China, until 2020, the government considered some activities that use coal as an energy source as an activity able to be In the case of the China was a development bank that issued up the first green bond. I used a mixed method to analyze the certified green bonds in Brazil and China. A qualitative analysis based on a literature review, and a quantitative analysis that I did a ratio certified green bonds to all the debt securities markets in each country from 2016 to 2019, and that was business climate bonds initiative. As a result, we can see that neither Brazil and China there is a representative green certified green bond market related to all other securities markets, so it's very team, not representative. But you can see that China, there is a better result than Brazil. And Brazil-owned corporations issue certified green bonds, and in China was a change from private financial institutions to state-owned financial institutions. When you analyze the sector that received the money raised through green bonds, you can see that in Brazil only solar and wind sectors received the money, and it's something a little bad because concerning the renewable sectors, sectors that focus on natural resources, things like that, this is the more mature ones, so it's easy face other kinds of sectors. In the case of China has six sectors, not only solar and wind, but other emerging sectors in terms of green sectors, unconventional sectors. So we tried to understand why China has a better result than Brazil, and what you find is that the financialization in China was very different from Brazil. In China, the financialization helped the government influence in the economy, so the state is able to control the economy and use the financial system as an instrument to achieve development goals. In Brazil, it's very different because after 1980s, the financialization was a process that limited the power of the state, focused only on wealth accumulation. So, the financialization in China permits that more influence all over the economy. Concern the profile of green bonds, as I said, concern the profile of green bond issuers. Brazil has only corporations, and in China, there is much more state-owned financial institutions that is very controlled by the state. So it's easier to do any kind of policies that can focus on green transition. The other point is that the 5-year plan in China are very strong in terms of to achieve zero carbon economy. So consider the sectors financed, as I said. In Brazil, solar and wind was financed while in China 6 other sectors.
NDS issued green bonds, but not certified green bonds. Can be certified green bonds or self-titled green bonds. The self-titled green bonds is not initiative like carbon bond initiative. Don't attest that the money will be put in a green activity. So I forgot to put here, but about the financialization process in China was very different than in Brazil. So help the state to control the economic process. And China, although is a very controversial country because it's the largest emitter of CO2, but the plans about environment is very strong to cut CO2 emission. So there is a strongly suggested growth certified green bonds market is boosted by well-implemented relational policies like in China, by the state ability to intervene in the financial system in order to implement these policies, and by the capacity to also create a market for key eligible sectors, some of which may be less mature than others. So, thank you so much.
So now we have the last speaker in the session, Tom Kisok. He's a PhD researcher here at the University of Cambridge, and he is examining how indigenous live stream video activism in Brazil produces knowledge surrounding environmental and human rights, and subsequently how witnesses interpret those videos. Tom is currently a method fellow at Cambridge Institute of Humanities and teaching video data analysis, and is also the executive producer of Declarations, the Human Rights Podcast. Previously, he has worked as a producer, director, and live stream specialist for broadcasts such as BBC, Al Jazeera, CNN, NBC, YouTube, and Cisco. In his spare time, he also contributes to magazines and blogs such as Latin American Bureau and Latin Dialogue, where he focuses on politics and human rights issues in Brazil. Thank you, Tom.
That's fine, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say sorry, everyone. I don't actually have a presentation. I haven't got any visuals, so you're just going to have to listen to me for 10 or 15 minutes. I'm sorry about that. So I was going to talk about Indigenous video activism, or something I did for my MSc thesis initially about. I was looking at people I thought in terms of the congressional cheerleaders like Bia Kiekis and Kala Zambelli and all those people. I thought to do with this conference and bicentenary, I thought I'd present something else. So my paper explores Brazil's paradoxical projection of being the land of the future by amalgamating a post-colonial framework with some political science concepts about the phrase connoting the building of shared identity by disseminating the idea of futurism. Yet it's also come up against some much needed criticism when considering the heterogeneity of the core of Brazilian society. Therefore, when we make these postulations about the future, it makes sense to kind of turn to the past and trace lineages to these kind of predictions and rephrase the questions of future for who. So this paper, I kind of observed some governance mechanisms which have kept the country on a oscillating pendulum policy making. And it argues that Jair Bolsonaro has shifted international opinion further away from the idea of Brazil ascending to be a land of the future. Yet, regardless of how the rest of the world may understand, react, and engage with Brazil, it's important to remember that these kind of rhetorical projections have led to neoliberal developmental futurism, and they have serious effects on the environment and marginalised groups. Now, so as an disclaimer, this paper made up a part of a short essay I wrote about 6 weeks into my master's 4 years ago, before I really even started research in Brazil. So it kind of, even reading it back now, it's got some plot holes, but I thought it could be a good exercise to reflect on some of the things, at least I was thinking 4 years ago when I started researching Brazil in terms of development and politics. especially around now when it's been the presidential elections, for example. So yeah, I sort of entitled it Brazil Land of the Future. So here we go. So in 1936, an Austrian Jewish author settled in Petropolis in the state of Rio de Janeiro after fleeing the rise of fascism and the Nazi regime in Germany. Today, we know him as Stefan Zweig, and his most famous publication from 1941 was entitled Brazil, Land of the Future. The book highlights both accuracies and gross inaccuracies. Nevertheless, it has had an incalculable legacy on Brazilian psyche, identity, and policymaking process, which haunts the country until today. Throughout the 20th and 21st century, the book, amalgamated with the rise of globalization, has put pressure on Brazil to portray an image of progressive development. Thus, by examining post-colonial scholarship with some political science concepts, may help us theorize these postulations about Brazil's future by instead exploring the past. So let's begin with the Overton window concept, which states that there's a window of policy rhetoric that the public will find acceptable. To shift the window across the political spectrum, you need to propose policies which seem so far to one of the sides. The politician proposing the policy will lose at first. However, the window of public opinion will shift more towards that side of the political spectrum. Soon, ideas that were considered radical may appear to be normal in the public sphere. And this can also be countered with Hirschman's economic theory of reactionary rhetoric, which states the attempt to push a society in a certain direction will result in it moving in the opposite direction. Oddly, both theories have played out in Brazil since its transition to democracy in the mid-1980s. For example, in 2002, when Lula was first elected, the window shifted so far to the left that it hadn't been seen since Lula's presidency of the 90s, that ultimately led to the military coup of 1964. Lula, when he came to government, had to navigate some old political institutions established during the military regime, which were resistant to change. Yet his presidency saw some of the most progressive policymaking in Brazil's history. He massively reduced poverty, hunger, and increased the number of children in education by building on Cardoso's Possible Scholar program. He did this by conditional cash transfers with stipends attached to them. Famously, the main program was Bolsa Familia, where parents who vaccinated their children and proved they attended school were entitled to monthly stipends. Over time, the divide between rich and poor decreased in the middle class grew, affording Lula an 80% approval rating by the time he left office in 2012. However, the growth of the PT partisanship meant appealing to a larger electorate, and over time, the PT started to lose their social movements electorate. Then, in 2014, the Lava Jato corruption scandal broke, at the same time as the commodities boom was wrapping up and fading the economy, which ultimately led to the impeachment of Dilma Rousseff, which was described as a constitutional coup. This context is important when we think about a window of policymaking the public will find acceptable. With a growing middle class and discontentment from elites, it was arguably time to shift the window more to the right side of the political spectrum. This rupture created a void in which Bolsonaro eventually stepped in to fill. This is where we can use post-colonial theory to explain his outlook on development in Brazil as a land of the future. We can take the Amazon fires being covered in the global media and Bolsonaro's extremely passive stance to dealing with the problem. He systematically changed public officials in charge of agencies such as FUNAI with people who are close to agribusiness. This can be theorised as Bolsonaro feeling oppressed and needing to project an image of Brazil as a land of the future to the outside world, as he sees neoliberal economic development as a stamp of approval on the global stage. However, by applying Hirschman's theory of reactionary rhetoric, Bolsonaro's policies could lead to a risk of capital flight as companies won't want to be associated with their supply chains, being associated with deforestation in their supply chains. To interpret why these endogenous notions will always keep Brazil aspiring to be a land of the future, we can also turn to post-colonial scholars describing the space between, such as Baba's idea of third space, the matter echoing Bloom's idea of between things, or Santiago describing it as the between space between autonomy and dependency. And then it becomes apparent that the country can be defined by what it is not. Therefore, Brazil remains dependent on both sides of the global power spectrum that define it, not being a traditional colonizer and not attaining independence at the same time as, say, Marxist revolts in Africa and Asia. Instead, generally, Latin American nations gained independence when Republican
state making. The idea of dependency is also seeped into economic theory, with President Fernando Henrique Cardoso's theory of economic dependency that's built upon Raupish and Singer's theory of economic dependency from the 1940s. Now, granted, this may help us understand the geopolitics of Brazil's push for futurism, but it disregards independent agency. So we should look as to how do we understand leaders like Bolsonaro? If Paulo Freire was still alive, he might conceptualize Bolsonaro through the term conscientização, which in short is the idea of individuals feeling freedom and should thus embrace education. And Bolsonaro's education is that of someone who sees Brazil through the lens of the Western canon, and therefore forges policies centered around his love of the United States. He sees Trump's America as being one of his major allies, but this has been Brazil's foreign policy for over a decade, with Lula's government first implementing and fostering economic pragmatism as a policy between the two nations. However, of late, both governments' economic policies have changed to a more inward-looking production, in which Bolsonaro has championed campaigns like Brazil by Brazil, for example. Now, this is an attempt to distract from his administration's negative press, and linguistically implies that the products weren't made in Brazil before. Now, these policies also show the space between by highlighting his potential deductions surrounding the provision of autonomy and perhaps subconsciously feelings of inferiority and dependence. Bolsonaro's dogged rejection of capitalist development of the Amazon resources can also be compared with that of Juscelino Kubitschek's policy of constructing Brazil in the late 1950s. JK portrayed to the world that Brazil would build a new capital city, bring commerce to the interior of the country, and forge a national identity. He was famously going to achieve 50 years of progress in 5. Now, this discourse actually sent a message to the world that Brazil was extremely progressive and therefore a place to invest. He even hired architect Oscar Niemeyer, who would base his designs on the Eurocentric ideas of Haussmann, which is also provocative when we see that through the lens of post-colonialism. This may be what Bolsonaro is trying to replicate in regard to the Amazon. However, lest we forget, JK's policies ultimately led to the Overton window in public opinion, swinging more to the left and leading to a military coup over time, as Skidmore reminds us. So what have been the effects of these? So these endogenous historical policy-making cycles never truly reflect the population at large. Therefore, it's sensible to provide some context to the problematic system of governance that persists in Brazil. In the 1950s, Brazil adopted an open list proportional representation system, which is more problematic than the two-party system when forming coalitions, as it incentivizes political candidates to put their personalities before the party to receive votes and secure a place in Congress. OLPR, after open list proportional representation, has led to a fragmented party system with high rates of party switching, with politicians realising that the party system was a mere stamp of approval. Therefore, parties may only exist to provide credence to political campaigns in order to receive more funding from private enterprises. Politicians have little incentive to be tied to party positions, and this makes them vulnerable to porpoises, the Bible bullet and thief, who command extreme power in Brasilia and are staunchly conservative. Realistically, politicians on both sides of the political spectrum need to meet their demands halfway in order to pass laws. And some scholars have termed this as being hawk to describe these kind of quid pro quo dealings in Congress. But ultimately, this has led to the practices of clientelism and corruption as a means of forming passing laws. This amalgamation of how governing Brazil in a homogeneous fashion is extremely difficult as the population is extremely diverse between the north-south and interior of the country. Thus, the phrase Brazil land of the future has tried and failed to usher in a sense of harmonious identity. However, there's a space between the identity crisis. There seems to be a sense of unification with the fact that the political system is broken. When we look at the political ethnography scholarship surrounding voter behaviour in Brazil, we can see the population used to the phenomenon of clientelism and vote buying in elections, and actually sometimes come to expect it. Hunter and further theorised that marginalised groups then always lack the true representation due to clientelism surrounding local elites. This manifests as a lack of diversity at the upper levels of government, which means the effects felt by the population on the ground This may also explain the rise of evangelical and neo-Pentecostal churches in Brazil projecting their political agendas. Even in popular culture, the idea of Brazilianness is a constant. Let's take talk show host Gregor, who recently made a linguistic observation that the Brazilian identity is inherently a job, i.e. the suffix lero and lera at the end of the word. He satirizes that the amount of confusion Brazilians have to navigate in regards to politics makes Brazilians being a job. This equates to the cynicisms reflected in the political ethnographic scholarship around voter behaviour, leaving the connotation that there's a shared identity of working through a nonsensical system that is the unifying trait of Brazilians. So in conclusion, the split in ideology across the Brazilian population make it apparent that there are many different aspects to the idea of the land of the future. For Brazil to truly be seen on the world stage as a land of the future depends on creating a harmonious identity built around the acknowledgement and acceptance to a vast array of diversities where unity does exist. This may sound counterintuitive, and it's not the same trope as the country being a racial democracy. However, there's not much choice without witnessing social epistemological rupture and the breakup of the nation. And now, throughout history, policies surrounding the land of the future at their heart are based around the perceptions Brazil thinks of itself, Brazil thinks that the world stage has of it. It may help to tackle development and policy making through the lens of post-colonialism to potentially come to a consensus that holds up a mirror to a skewed power system of the past. Now, these rules of the game are slowly eroding the government institutions and could potentially lead to democratic backsliding, which will always portray the image of Brazil being a land of the past. Now, the reason I wanted to bring that up was obviously I've been researching Brazil for about 6 weeks. I know there's a lot of holes in that, but then I thought it was really interesting because I know we're about to go on a coffee break, and I really kind of welcomed the idea of maybe all of us reflecting on what we've all seen since 2018 under Bolsonaro's government and kind of question what has changed, what has stayed the same, and how Brazil's going to move forward under another Lula government where it's a very different Brazil from 2002, where we might have the same kind of audiences in order to move forward the same way we did in 2002. So, thank you so much.
I just read a book on futurism in the kitchen in Italy, and it's very interesting because they had a manifesto. One is a cucina futurista, and it was all based in like mixing methods and leaving tradition behind, but they were always looking at the same results. They were not trying to create different plates or anything. They were just like, how can we, I don't know, have tomato sauce, but just like adding some ingredients. But at the end, they were looking for tomato sauce. So I can't put this. And I was thinking on writing some talk on how Bolsonaro came with all this delirium Bolsonarista of like delivering a completely different foreign policy, and nothing actually has changed. And now we just elected Lula as like the promise of a future, but life is really different from what we already had. And so it seems that we like the idea of blend of future that is never complete because it's always the same. And then I've been thinking of Kyle work and all this idea of techno-agro as innovative and how like this can change the scenario of food security and everything, but at the end it's just like to reinforce elites. And looking at Juliana work on the green bonds and thinking of green structural agents as just like a new idea of the pernicious structural agents. So I feel that all good works until this point they same ways of keeping power in the same hand. Just like the English provocation. Very I know that this is a problem with historians. Yeah, we don't usually are very optimistic. Sorry.
I think that, that's this talk was interesting when he was talking about the sort of like who are the diplomats in a way, and this idea of how they just reproduce themselves through time and navigate different kinds of structures, but keeping that interest at heart. And perhaps like there is something about that in your talk as well with the agribusiness and how they're sort of like, I was very interested in that mention. Tell me what goes in there. And how they're kind of like navigating as well different governments and always somewhat winning, right, in terms of their interests being represented within a Congress that we know that at the end of the day, governmentality means having, or governability, sorry, different concept, means negotiating with those kinds of power structures that are there, and we're there with you, or we're there with Lula, and we'll be there again with Lula this time around. And when you see sort of Juliana's presentation and you see like how tiny this market is, but actually I was a bit interested in how does it compare to other countries. Like, I was a bit interested with the choice comparing with China as a sort of like quite a different, in several multiple ways, different countries, different structures, as you pointed out, different kind of like government system, but also different financial system. And I was just wondering how it compares with other countries and whether, like, using this sort of metaphor, if we are in this kind of market in the past, or if we are perhaps more closer to the future of everything. And thinking about China, I don't study China with me, but it doesn't strike me as the most green economy in the world. On the other side, like you mentioned, like the highest CO2 emission country in the world. So perhaps they need more to transition than Brazil does. I was thinking like, how do they compare in terms of construction? And your presentation, I was thinking like when Davidson started this talk, thinking like, should I do a 200-year trajectory in Brazil? Then you came here and we did it. So
I thought that as well.
very
10
cool.
minutes. Exactly.
Very good, and I guess like this idea of what the future constitutes is definitely something which is up for grabs, and I'm not totally convinced that Brazil has sort of like come up with an idea of the future which is not Western in some sort of way. So I'm not, when you look at the type of developmentalism that Lula's government previously and Dilma's government as well tended to implement, and you see on Davidson's agenda, like how first, when you look at Brazil's foreign policy, the environment wasn't that high up on the agenda for this government either. So what is this future that would, in a way, perhaps like break apart from those very westernized notions? And I think that's not just about the environment. There are several other aspects, the contradictions that Brazil has, that is always trying to remedy them through kind of sort of medicines which are not made for us. And it never works, and then, so yeah, I don't know, just kind of like a series of that I've listened to.
Great set of presentations. I have just one comment for each of you that Caio, adorable presentation, and topic is really enticing and very up to the minute. We are really in Brazil. We apparently have found out that this is an important topic. This is something new for Brazilians. It's unbelievable what justifies your investment in China. Probably, yeah, you go to the right place in Brazil where you can get more and better quality knowledge about China. Makes sense to me. But still, and drawing on modest governments, Brazil and China are such different animals, right? At the end, you're comparing apples and pears, I'm afraid. So my recommendation, my idea for maybe from a heuristical viewpoint, I believe you could deliver even more if you could bring like the third element to the table. Maybe a European country could help, so that we have a better idea. This is a methodological dilemma, an old-time methodological dilemma. If you compare only two units, you're in trouble, basically. So I mean, I would strongly recommend, or I would strongly suggest that you think. I mean, it's up to you, at the end of the day. And Tom, great effort, really, really admirable. It's a question, straightforward question. Have you given some thinking about the status of the West for Brazilians? And the idea, and this strikes me as something really delicate. When I look at Brazil's foreign ministry, I see, especially among diplomats, that they would like so bad to be considered Westerners, truly, really, to belong to the Western world. But on the other hand, especially when we look at the Workers' Party and left-wing politicians and the rhetoric of left-wing in Brazil, there's this desire to become more of a global southerner or a representative of the emerging countries of the world, like as if Brazil was entitled to serve as a spokesperson of the countries of the global south. So it's something contentious for Brazilians. Two identities which do not easily and smoothly mix together. And you can see this at the level of Brazilian elites. It's hard to find a common ground between, let's say, Westerners, Western friendly people, and those who would like Brazil to become a global south power, something like this. So have you thought about it? And I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it was really stark on October 3rd when you had the map of the Ark of Deforestation, and that was placed over the Ark of Who Voted for Joe Bolsonaro, the municipalities. And that was, for me, the last time I kind of thought about that, because it does appear to be a divide in how Brazil wants to see itself in the world, and the PT and the Workers' Party definitely, I mean, the whole thing is that they seem to have the main monopoly in the northeast and along the coastal region, and then, all the deforestation states where Bolsonaro is trying to align himself with Trump and Israel and all this, that career kind of forge an identity through that. It's places like Mato Grosso in the middle of these kind of deforestation just completely overlaps. And I thought that was where Minas Gerais became really interesting, because in a lot of ways it was this kind of state that decided that election, right? We were all kind of waiting for those votes to come in. And yes, I mean, I've definitely thought about it. It's something I definitely think about. But I think that was a good kind of visualization of who maybe wants to which Brazilians maybe trying to see themselves more as the global north, and which Brazilians maybe see themselves more as representing from the global south. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of middle ground. But I don't know. I'm not Brazilian. That's
that's how I visually kind of last thought about it, and sort of kind of divides. If that kind of answers your question, I suppose, in a roundabout way.
Oh yeah, I mean it's truly we could go way. But the thing is, what Brazilian diplomats they would love to see Brazil being identified as a Western country. I have this feeling. On the other hand, and if you take the BRICS grouping, just to have like a reference, maybe Brazil is the least non-Western, the most Westernized out of this grouping: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa.
Yeah.
Brazil would like to be seen as the most Westernized out of these five countries. But there's a lot of controversy, and I'm just thinking out loud. Move ahead.
Yeah.
Just as regards continuity, I think there have been, I've just taken notes here, there have been considerable changes. For example, see what happens as regards with Amazon. And the example I gave with indigenous lands. Previously, people were talking about halting demarcations. Now they are talking about entering with commodity production. The demarcated lands themselves, like with in a national movement to do so. And also the anti-democratic fractions of Brazilian society, like agribusinesses ones. So sometimes I think, what kind of present for the future will they leave us? Because when we thought, like in 2010, 2011, nobody like would really think of a parliamentary coup in Brazil. Would you? So what kind of seeds have these guys planted? That's why I'm a bit like pessimistic. So I think there have been important changes that may have an important effect. It may or may not, but it might happen, might have an effect in the future. So just to consider this, I don't think it's only like continuity of those in power. Yeah, of course, that is evident. I agree, but there's another layer to it, I think. So there have been struggles, very relevant struggles in the last 4 years, I think.
I mean, just to add on to that part, I just want to be a bit more optimistic. Because I was talking about this the other day. So I think that Lula was really good. I think we can agree at navigating the caucuses, essentially being able to cut across a lot of parties in order to pass a lot of bills. I think that's kind of the general consensus, right? So the only thing that I completely get where you're coming from, but I think if there's a world leader today that can navigate a lot of tough environments politically, it probably is Lula, I imagine. I don't think Bolsonaro, if he was claiming today, would be able to do that with Trump or any of these, or any general politician. But that's my opinion. I mean, that's where I add a lot of hopeful, optimistic twists to the pessimism, maybe fire. But yeah, I don't know.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's the man to do it if it can be done in a certain way.
Exactly. I don't know what. I wonder what he'll have to give up in terms of the indigenous demarcations and the indigenous industry to pass various things. But that, I suppose, that's what we kind of let to see. I suppose just get his agenda through. But I thought it was really interesting. I've got time to ask a methodological question. Oh, yeah, sorry, yes.
Yes. First of all, I'm very new in this agenda. I started studying green transition, focusing on the role of the financial system in 2019. So I was attending a subject about green transition with my supervisor, and he said something about, there is a new market, the green bond market. So I started researching about that. And I was reading my paper to give the speech today, and I was, something I don't agree anymore with it. The question that I always listen is that why Brazil and China? Why Brazil and China? What not Brazil, India, South Africa, things like that? In the quantitative point of view, is very scarce. The data about everything ESG or green is more easy to find ESG. Green is very hard. In terms of qualitative point of view, I know that there is other counts that I can compare, but in the beginning, it's like, I will compare my country with the leader, but I don't consider the features of the countries, and I tried to do this kind of thing. But to my PhD thesis, I would think better. I consider to write all about Brazil or to compare with Latin American countries, because I understand totally the point you bring to me, because it's the question I listen more is about why Brazil and China. And is very new for us. There is few people in Brazil working with it, so it's hard. I'm here at SOAS because of that, to understand. My supervisor that said me, compare Brazil and China can really take you to hell or heaven, because you can do a great work or a not too good work because of that. So I will consider the comments.
Can I just add to that? I think like when you're doing quantitative analysis, you want like quantity, right? That's what the method says. Like you need more cases, you need more data to do an analysis that makes sense. If you don't have enough data points, you need to go into depth, right? So you look into something and you really look into it. So perhaps like, I don't know, choice of just going for Brazil, but what are those? It's very tiny, but what is it? Where is it going to? Who is getting this money? What are they doing with it? Can you talk to these people? I think like perhaps if you do quantitative sort of methods, a great fit like that, because they can add a lot to your work. Because it's a new phenomenon, and it might reveal a lot of interesting things that when you look at, at the aggregate, they sort of disappear because it looks tiny, but it is something, and it would be nice to interesting to know what it is. When you told like in the beginning of the presentation that a lot of the first kind of forms went to, what was it, like the food companies. It's like, Suzano. Suzano is like a sort of deforestation is their business, right? And they are receiving green bonds. Like, what are they doing with it? How are they able to kind of like justify using this resource? So like, I think there is a story there, but the story is not showing because it's in the details. So like, I think, but yeah, it's a very interesting kind of like futuristic to use your kind of like research agenda. And because it's so new, I think looking into that will give you a bit more meat to use literally perhaps. Thank you.
Oh no, it was just about I just wanted to quickly ask you. So you said you did field work in this house in Brasilia, and it was just like so these caucus of agribusiness. Look, is this one of these kind of quasi institutions? Is it like an official thing? is it just an informal meeting of a lot of people that are very high up in agribusiness? I was very intrigued by this because I hadn't really, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you managed to get in there, do your research, infiltrate it. Yeah,
everybody asks me. Oh, of course. So it started as a small office, financially supported by soy producers and cotton producers from Mato Grosso, who were dissatisfied with CNA. They said, "Oh, we want better lobbying." And at the same time, some deputies in the chamber in Brasilia were also dissatisfied with financial contributions. So they got together in 2008 and started working together, and it grew, especially with the debates about the changes in the forest code, which came about in 2012. So they started gaining momentum from there. In 2011, during these the forest code disputes, this office got like a personal, how do you say that? It's like an official status. I don't know the term in English, but anyway, it has been officialized. But of course, they were at the beginning in 2011, 2012, really fearful of what the government would say, what the federal attorney would say, because lobbying has not been, how would you say? So they have been progressively and cautiously adding publicity to what they do. But until like my work and some colleagues' work, they didn't even have like an internet site to present themselves. And after criticism, they created one which don't tell you anything, but which doesn't tell you anything. But anyway, now they have a site. So there's as criticisms gain momentum, they start to show a little bit more of what they do. But I would say that 80% of the strategic decisions which are taken there are secret to the public. So it's really something not I would say not very democratic, Yeah, but it's really strong. They have like financial resources from 48 national associations brought monthly to the institute. That's what they call Instituto Pensar Agropecuária. That's the name, IPA. Yeah. So they call. But the thing is, I've written an article about that, and just to wrap it. Sorry, I'm talking too much now. Sorry.
No.
Oh yeah. Sorry, but I'm concluding. So they've been able to substantially change the way lobbying is done in Brazil. So they are at the forefront of lobbying, comparing with all sectors. Like industrial lobbying is nothing compared to this, and they have been able to like exponentially enhance the destabilization of separations of public and private as regards representation of entrepreneurial interests. So to the point that to make like to construct a proposition of a law or to change the constitution or something like that, they do it together from the onset on the same table with technicians, companies, and parliamentarians. It's not like, oh, let's devise our position as business people, and then let's look for the parliamentarians that should be open to it or could be open by certain ways. Let's not get into the ways because it's. But anyway, so now they are doing everything together inside that nation. Yeah. That's what Lula will face. So rural caucus with almost 300 members in Congress. Yeah. But anyway, sorry for talking too much.
No. I'll read this all.
So, sorry to interrupt. During the conversation that we must have a break now and maybe 10-15 minutes, have a coffee, and we'll come back in 15 minutes if
Saindo do colo, tá? Eu sou do Santana, mas eu sou do Sociologia. Eu estou estudando linguística.
Essa aqui? Também.
Você conhece o governo? Sim, não conheço pessoalmente, mas
Então, foi a presente
eu acho que foi um ano antes, eu comecei em 2020.
Tá, eu vou mostrar aqui. Tá bom, obrigada. Eu acho que não tem alguém na frente.
Até para assistir o documentário.
O André.
Eles adaptaram muito bem. Legal, né? Realmente. Você está fazendo o quê? Doutorado, começando o terceiro ano. E com o que você trabalha? Eu trabalho com a Ali, que é do lado também. Ela está de sabático agora. Nunca vi ela assim, tipo, sabe assim, que ela é, que ela fala. Você começou agora no lado? Eu tive no passado, um pouco do Brasil e agora estou de novo. Não, já vi muito tempo. Bacana. Então, eu estou morando em Bristol agora, mas eu preciso me mudar de volta. Minha namorada está estudando em Bristol na pandemia. Daí estuda para lá. Então agora eu estou voltando. Mas a gente está querendo uma hora embora. Quase fechando um lugar. Você mora por lá? Eu moro, sabe o que é Starbucks? Acho que é Cena. That's where it's agora, Joss?
Não, eu vim de lá, mas eu cheguei por manhã. Eu peguei um trem e era para o dia bem direto do Caio, eu estava lá na 40. E daí eu cheguei na São Paulo, caiu uma ponta. E a gente fez fazer um ônibus, uma outra estação, e depois eu peguei um outro trem, e ele terminou, eu peguei carro. E não se foi sozinho. Mas tá super difícil de não é a primeira vez que eu
o nosso atrasou também. Pelo menos nós, o trem atrasou, você depois está era para chamar de para mim deu 3 horas sem isso, mas porque eu estava indo para longe, né? Volta para lá. Eu agora eu vim 11 minutos. Pegar táxi, começou a mandar, acho que o ônibus vai passar, mas
Sentar e você não vai falar, porque eu preciso que você entenda essa questão Tudo pode ajudar em relação ao nosso político, pode tirar esse efeito do trabalho e fazer um negócio inovador. Meu filho de 6 anos já não quer, a lista dele de desenho de Natal, videogame, né, que ele gosta, uma pedra, porque tem garoto, vocês são, isso não pode, Você acredita mais que o seu celular aí? Eu falei, não, tem 6 anos. Eu continuo lá, no meu trabalho, sempre reto à direita.
Qual é o nome do seu artigo sobre a Síria?
Uma etnografia do Instituto Pensar Agropecuária. Saiu em 2000, saiu faz 2 meses. A Mana, do Museu Nacional da UFRJ, a revista Mana.
Qual é o nome de novo?
Uma etnografia do Instituto Pensar Agropecuária.
Não, eu não tenho.
Se quiser me dar seu e-mail, manda ele agora.
Você prefere
Então,
quer mandar ou prefere não?
não, tá bem. Vamos ler mais recente ao box.
Ótimo.
Como?
Vamos colocar o box up. Eu quero falar disso com você sobre essa pesquisa também.
Também, eu adorei que você fala.
Sim. Eu estudo
So, let's resume our workshop. We have now 4 papers to discuss. I would suggest if you could keep presentations around like 50 minutes so we have more time and we are closing our workshop with Mara's talk. So I think if it's possible it would be better. So now for this block we have Andrea Cagliarini from Hampton Sydney College. And so Andrea is assistant professor of history at the Hampton Sydney College in Central Virginia. He has written widely for academic and general audiences, like in Latin American Research Review, Latin American Perspective, New Republic, Jacobin, Piauí, and Folha de São Paulo. He's currently finalizing a book manuscript on the politics of nationalism in the 20th century Brazil. And he serves as a faculty fellow at the Washington Brazil office, a think tank founded this year to produce incisive, useful information about Brazil today and serve as a link between civil society organizations and social movements in Brazil and potential partners in the United States, in government and beyond. Andrea, please.
Thank you. The short but could be very dry, so I'm trying to get some liquid in my mouth. So my talk is entitled A Century Now Too, reflected on Brazilian sovereignty, development, and the meaning of independence in 1922 and 2022. And so, I'm a historian. Historians like anniversaries, right? Every time it's the 1964, the coup anniversary, 40 years, 50 years, it's always a big to-do, to think about what's changed, to reassess, to reflect, to respond, to reframe. So in this paper, one of the reasons I was really excited to come to this conference is that, thinking about anniversaries, what's changed in the last one is always really, interesting and exciting. So what I try to do in this paper is to examine the meaning of Brazilian independence in 2 historical moments, a century after independence and 2 centuries after independence. I usually like to have at least some pictures, but I don't this time, so I apologize, I'll just be talking. And what I try to do is to sort of take the political temperature of Brazil and Brazilian debates around independence in 1922 and 2022. To understand, are there similarities, are the questions being asked different? How are Brazilians, generally speaking, thinking about independence in 1922 and 2022? 1922, of course, I'm sure a lot of us will, everyone in this room will know, but it's a very turbulent year. It's the Modernist Art Week, the Tenente uprising in Janeiro, the formation of the Communist Party in 1922. So a lot going on that year. And I'm not going to argue that it's because it's the independence centennial, but what I want to trace are some of the ways that Brazilians who are politically active, thinking about independence, are engaging politically. So it's not a causality, but it's this context that Brazilians, again, who are politically active, are engaging that anniversary. So the paper I discuss how each of these events in 1922 that I just mentioned, Harvey, the Party, the momentous nature only clear in hindsight, of course, right? No one knows in the moment that Harvey is going to be this thing that's remembered for so long. But I argue that these different episodes, in their own way, reflect and fuel a sense of civic frustration that enshrouded so many Brazilians since independence, including and especially after the proclamation of the Republic in 1889, a sense that the promise of independence had yet to be fulfilled in material ways. And I'll come back to that again and again. The second thing I want to do is consider the state of Brazil in 2022. Probably for the purpose of this talk today, I will focus a little bit more on 1922, and then maybe in the Q&A we can talk more about current events, because I'm curious what you all think too as people who follow Brazil. And what I want to argue there is that Jair Bolsonaro has made a career, in part, attempting to re-signify the Brazilian past, especially the period of dictatorship, 54 to 85, whereas most people consider that period a brutal, authoritarian authoritarian dictatorship, Bolsonarismo, holds, generally speaking, the period of dictatorship as a time of the halcyon days of progress and so on. I meant to start a timer for myself, but I forgot to start it, so please let me know when I'm coaching. But a key argument I make, and this is very much in line with what Robinson was saying to begin with, is that despite the ability of Bolsonaro to kind of shock the establishment in 2018 and win power, he's proven remarkably unable to shift the country's understanding of Brazilian history, Bolsonarismo as a whole. For example, I don't see any sign that most Brazilians today, yearn for the days of military rule, or indeed the patriarchal exclusionary society that prevailed in Brazil after independence. There are some. Bolsonarismo, again, powerful trait of that is intensely monarchist, conservative, traditionalist. But I don't see that as having become a sort of dominant feature of Brazilian political life. It's still a minoritarian view, which, the most pessimistic analyses in 2018 Bolsonaro won, I think really worried about where this would go. And I think we can say that it's been sort of quarantined in the body politic, I think. Maybe we can debate that. Okay, so 1922 first. Among other things, 1922 was an election year. Under the Republic created in 1889, we'll go on with this, elites from the states of Sao Paulo and Minas Gerais especially claimed decisive influence over national affairs. Elections were flagrantly manipulated, even though they involved only a small fraction of the population. By the turn of the century, as the United States emerged as a player on the world stage, Brazil languished in relative backwardness. 2 decades later, by the early 1920s, mounting frustration among the discontents of the status quo inspired new currents of political opposition. Drawing support from the states of Rio Grande do Sul, Rio de Janeiro, Pernambuco, Bahia, and the federal district, an experienced politician named Milo Peçanha led a coalition known as the Reação Republicana, Republican Reaction, which formed in 1922 to support his candidacy for president in 1922. Formed in 21 to support his candidacy in 22. Ajudo Barata, who was an important communist leader from the 1930s to 1960s, who served in the army as a young man, later recalled that this Republican reaction that formed in 1921-22, quote, did not have clearly defined objectives, but based itself on representational truth and pressing for free and honest elections through the secret ballot. The manifesto of the Reação Republicana criticized the Republic's inability to modernize the country. The manifesto read in part, quote, for a long time, we have followed, in terms of finance and economics, two paths that converge to perpetuate the colonial regime under which Brazilian labor withers and to eventually compromise our own political independence. That's what we've done in 1922. This, I think, is a key point that we can trace in so much of the political debates happening in 1922 among the discontents of the First Republic, which is that the shortcomings of the Republic hindered independence, or made it so that the independence gained a century before wasn't really real, or at best didn't deliver the material benefits that one would imagine it did. Brazil was kind of stuck in a kind of colonial state despite independence a century before. So those who were hoping to weaken the stranglehold of traditional oligarchies were attracted to the campaign of Milo Peçanha, who represented this Republican reaction. All of those basically who were frustrated in Brazil's inability to match the dynamism of the United States especially, but even the Soviet Union as well, gravitated to Milo Peçanha. But the Reação Republicana was a product of the 1920s, right? Not the 1930s. The authors of the manifesto did not call for the kind of expansive central government that, like the New Deal, deposited Vargas, fascists. Basically, they called for a modernization of the state, not necessarily an expansion of Brazilian democracy. So there's limitations there in looking at the Venezuela as like a democratizing force. We should, it has limited ambitions. And yet, once the Vivo Science campaign and the Republican reaction were consolidated, newspapers ran columns of well wishes from people across the country, many of them expressing hope that he could deliver on the unfulfilled promise of Republican government and broad-based material prosperity that many argued independence should have delivered. The movement also deliberately appealed to the military, which is argued has been neglected under previous administrations. Much like 2022 perhaps, the opposition understands that there's at least a need to come to some tacit agreement with the armed forces. Marshal Emílio Fonseca, the highest ranking member of the Brazilian armed forces at the time, openly embraced the Reação Republicana. And his support carried a lot of weight among the ranks of men in uniform. So with a serious, credible challenge to the establishment pick, major figures of the military, against the establishment pick, Bernardes, the governor of Minas Gerais, the 1922 election was set to be among the most contested of the Republican period. But then, on election day, Castanha lost by almost 150,000 votes. Brazil's population at the time was just under 32 million, of whom just over 1 million people voted, about 3% of the population. Bernardes secured 59% of the votes, Leon Castanha 40%. Those invested in Castanha's campaign were unconvinced and enraged by the lopsided win. A column in the opposition newspaper Correio da Manhã described the outcome as an absurdity. Quote, anywhere there is a national group interested in public affairs, Castanha's name will certainly be known. By contrast, Mr. Arthur Bernardes appeared just the other day out of the indecent scheme, which is how I translated that from shop, from which his candidacy emerged. So this column reflected a sense that there was no way Bernardes could have won if the contest had been free and fair. Right? The argument that emerges among people who are pissed off about the result is that if this had been a genuinely democratic dispute, obviously the position that said the Republic was not delivering would have won. As the governor of Minas Gerais and the candidate favored by the establishment, however, Bernardes had been expected to win all along. Right? It's supposed to work this way. So for most of Brazil's Republican history before, that would have been that. 5 minutes. Got him. Okay. But 1922 marked the start then of a political process that would unfold over the following decades. And this is what I argue, in a nutshell, is significant about the 1922 Remembrance of Independence, is that it really brings to the center of Brazilian politics, in ways that are direct and indirect, a sense that independence and republicanism were not fulfilling their promise, and that sort of more radical attempt to pull the country along was needed. Ajudin Barata and other communists in this period make similar arguments, some more directly, some less directly, but tying it to independence itself. And so in my dissertation, which is in my book manuscript, I trace then from the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s, these divisions, particularly among the PCB, the Communist Party, and eventually the PTB, about sort of what to do about that. I think there's an agreement on the diagnosis, right, which is that Brazilian independence was in some crucial way incomplete, that Brazil's sovereignty was being threatened by a small Neguista elite that was selling out Brazil's interests to foreign powers because it benefited itself. And what I argue is that a reformist kind of nationalism argued against these Neguistas, or identify the Neguistas who stood in the way of Brazilian sovereignty. And that there were real divisions between communists and later Trabalhistas, but that at the core, this is a similarity here. Is their diagnosis of what was holding Brazil back in material terms. I can say more about that later. I'm going to skip ahead just for the purpose of time. One of the challenges that the Communist Party would face, both in 1922 in making this argument and over the course of its time as a party, was the argument that it was basically a puppet of Moscow. Right? Because it's hard to make the argument that the Peguistas and this elite are compromising Brazilian sovereignty, as the PCB does when it's founded in 1922, if you're taking orders from a hostile foreign power, Moscow. And that's partly true. But it was never the whole story. On March 18, 1922, a long editorial in Atlético, which is a communist paper, stated unequivocally that the undersigned, including influential anarchist turned communist Edgar Leonov, were generally sympathetic to the Russian Revolution, but they could not endorse joining the Comintern because, among several stated reasons, it represented the imposition of a status dictatorship and submission to a foreign communist Marxist faction. Right? So within this context of arguing that Brazilian independence was incomplete in some way, communists in 1922 are saying, well, we are Brazilian. We're not just puppets of Moscow. We are Brazilian. We're concerned about the Brazilian sovereignty in the sense of Brazil's development. The sense that Brazil could be doing much better, that the Republic was holding back. So this, I argue, was a key feature of Brazilian political debate during the year of the first centennial. It was an anniversary in which the seeds were planted for a political argument on the left of the Brazilian political spectrum, rooted in a nationalist rhetoric that was not did not fetishize patriotic pageantry or xenophobia, but was rooted in what Marshall Berman calls the anguish of backwardness. The sense that the rest of the world is moving ahead, the United States, the Soviet Union, but Brazil is stuck in this oligarchic republic that is not invested in the country's the well-being of the vast majority of the people. So maybe I'll save the Bolsonaro 2022 piece for our discussion afterwards, just for the sake of moving ahead. You can tell that I'm much more interested in the 20th century part of the 21st century, at least for the purposes of the conversation. But for the sake of moving ahead, I will put a pin in that part and come back. Well, actually, yes. One conclusion I'll draw, just to say, in different ways, if we look at the debate around the election this year in Brazil, left and right, I would argue that similarly, finding a kernel of connectivity between 2022 and 1922, the idea of emancipation was in some way present in the public discourse. Again, in ways directly and indirectly associated with the anniversary of independence itself. A kind of prompted by the anniversary, taking stock indirectly and directly of where Brazil stands domestically and its ability to provide for the material needs of the population. 1922, this is the question. 2022, this is absolutely a question of debate. But also where Brazil stands in its enduring pursuit of hemispheric and global influence as well. 1922, this was very much a political issue, a question that was driving political discourse in 2022 as well. It's no coincidence that both are election years, both were these important anniversaries. So yeah, I'm happy to say more. Maybe we can get to. There's a lot more to say, but I guess I didn't manage my time well. But yeah, that just needs more to talk about later. Yeah.
Okay, so now we have to talk of Fernanda. and holds a doctorate in media and political discourse from the Montfort University. Her work focuses on voice, poverty, remembrance, and social movements in marginalized communities, dedicating special attention to their struggles to produce counter-narratives supported by digital tools. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so today I'll be presenting this article that I just published, but I want to warn you that this is a work in progress. This is actually the very first step of the result that I'm doing. I would say that this is actually a preliminary step for my ethnography in Brazil, but because there's not, I will not say there's nothing, but that there's not much material on this, this article became relevant. So my research focused on memories of police violence in Brazil, in contemporary democratic Brazil. And this article is focused on racialized regimes of remembrance in Brazil. I analyzed the politics of trivializing and forgetting the murders of black children in Brazil as a first step to establish the existence of racialized regimes of remembrance in Brazil. I am doing a bridge from Hall's concept of racialized regimes of representation from 1997 to racialized regimes of remembrance. So I think that the first step here is to understand how important memory is to society and especially to marginalized groups. So I have to remember to do this. So yes, so memory is a social phenomenon that binds people together, and it's of course much more than records of the past, but a source of both power and meaning in the present. So with that in mind, there are many questions about the preservation of memories of marginalized groups, because these groups are often represented in a very negative way by the official narrative, and then they end up coming up with their own dynamics to interact with personal, collective, shared, and cultural memories in order to preserve a heritage. And these dynamics that before the introduction of social media and smartphones were very much based on oral history, basically one people telling to another and another, these dynamics eventually become part of the heritage itself. So when we observe, when we highlight memories of marginalized groups in Brazil, we see that they are constantly, they have their history told by the dominant groups. And these narratives are dominated by misrepresentation and prejudice. And this helps to perpetuate the maintenance of power, be it this power political, economic, or social. So I consider here that Foucault said that memory can be considered to maintain structures of power and domination in modern society. So when we talk about black people in Brazil, and we consider that they are not enslaved anymore for over 100 years, we start to consider how this obstacle, how dominant group is working, is trying to still dominate this group, trying to still control this group, trying to still avoid their social sanction. So I brought an example. There are almost many ways, but I brought an example that shows a cycle based on racialized regimes of representation, considering that black people in Brazil, since the very beginning, they were represented in a negative way by the mainstream media, by the mainstream narrative, first as barbaric, as lacking intellect, only good for servitude. And along the way, along the years, of course, this representation changes, but it still preserves an idea of black people being inferior, this kind of representation, as we are talking about the maintenance of power by a dominant group, through rationalized representations, they, for example, they can legitimize the violence in the group. Why? Well, because if these people are being represented massively by the mainstream media as connected to crime somehow, sometimes as a criminal, sometimes as someone that, they live in the favela, they don't do anything to prevent crime as if they could, but in a way connected to crime, the society, the population thinks that it is okay for the police to be violent. It is okay because in Brazil there is an idea that, as you probably heard before, a good criminal is a bad criminal. So if the representation is that those people, that group, are criminals, it is okay for the police to be violent and to kill. The result is that we have highly racialized police violence. We have, highly racialized occurrence of police violence in Brazil, with over 70% of the victims of the police in Brazil being black. And that leads to racialized themes of remembrance, because it became so trivialized that the police killed black people, especially young black men, that no one cares anymore. It's like, oh yeah, it happened today, tomorrow is another day, and no one will talk about it. No one will remember. Sometimes, lots of times, innocent people will die and will have their memory tarnished because the media will portray them as criminals. And then, yeah, sometimes they will, after a few days, say, oh yeah, we were wrong. He was not a criminal, but it's there, it's forever. So this is a cycle, and I thought that it was important to understand how these things are happening in Brazil before we start talking about this snippet of research that I started to do. What I did here was I took 7 cases of children brutally killed in Brazil. White children, because of the presumption of innocence. They were killed in different ways. 4 black children, 3 white. The cases span over 20 years. I surveyed 300 people, mostly from South and Southeast, because all the cases were from that region. And why is that? Well, because Brazil is a huge country. So the concept of local and national news is very stretched. So for this phase, I chose to focus on the South and Southeast. And because my research is focused on Rio and São Paulo, so I thought it made sense to keep focused on this region. What I did was I first asked, do you remember, and then take a name of one of the children, and then the person could answer yes or no. If they answered yes, they had the opportunity to tell me a little bit more about what they remember from that case. These are the results. The 3 white children, they all were remembered by over 70% of the respondents, and the 4 black children, none reached 50%. So I asked about Isabella Mandoni. She was killed in 2008, and over 98% of people remember. Then I asked about Bernardo Bodrini. He was killed in 2014, and 74% of people remember. João L. Fernandes, he was killed in 2007. I don't have the date here, sorry. remembered her. Then we have Marcus, Michael, and Eduardo. Marcus was killed in 2018, so 10 years after Isabella, for example, and less than 10% of the people remember him. Michael, well, this one is a very old case, it's from 1996, but it was a 2-year-old killed by the police. 2-year-old. But not even 10%. And surprising, Eduardo was killed in Rio in 2015. It was a very notorious case at the time because he was killed, he was sitting in the door of his house. It was very violent because he was shot in the head by the police. Very graphic, very violent, and it was a very notorious case. No one remembers it. So when I got to, sorry, so yeah, so yeah, sorry, 5 minutes, okay. So as I said, 70% of the respondents remember the case of white children, and none of the black children reached the 50% recall mark. And another thing that I thought was curious was that when I was looking into the open answers to when people said that they remember, I also looked in the age group, and I identified a tendency for the cases involving white children to survive. So people will remember for long, like Isabella was killed in 2008, and the majority of people still remember. But when it's a black child, people will forget easily, especially if it's connected with police violence and favelas. It's going to be something that I still think because I'm still looking into the data, but I think that's because we have high numbers of police violence in Brazil, so it became trivialized as well. Another thing that I noticed that I thought it was very important, when they had a chance to talk about what they remembered about the cases, when talking about the white children, they gave loads of details. They remembered a lot, and they talked about how they felt. Lots of people talking about, oh, I'm a mother. I felt so bad. I felt so sad. I cried. So they were talking about the cases and the emotions that they felt when it was happening, when they were seeing in the media. But when I asked about the black children, the answers were basically, oh yeah, he was killed by the police. Oh yeah, he was killed in school uniform. So there was no details, soft detachment, emotional detachment, like, well, yeah, he was killed by the police, and that's it. So just to finish, 2 minutes. I wanted to look into why the reasons why people don't remember black children that are brutally killed and they remember white children. This is just a part of content analysis that I've done. And what I observed, for example, in this, when I did this research, in one day, one of the days that I was analyzing, one day, researching the name of 2 children that were killed in the span of 3 or 4 weeks. So basically at the same time. When I researched for the name of the white upper middle class boy, N.V. Boyle, I got 20 results, and from those 20 results, 17 had his name on the headline. So they used his name on the headline 17 times. When I searched for Kathleen, that was another child, this one black, and something that's important to tell, they both were killed in the same circumstances by their parents, by their actual step-parents. When I searched for Kathleen, I got 17 results, not very different from Andy, but from those 17, only 2 used her name. Only 2. All the other ones used things like daughter go, daughter 6-year-old girl, dad 6-year-old girl. most of the time they will use the case and the name of the children, like caso Henri, caso Antoni, but when it's a black child, they don't even mention the name of the child. They use things like toddler girl, 6-year-old that girl. They don't use the name of the child. So it is hard after 5 or 6 years for people to remember those children. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry.
So now we have Giovanna that is with us in Zoom. Giovanna, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can. Can you hear me as well?
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, you can. I cannot project your slides here. I'm sorry because.
Oh, okay. Okay, not a problem.
Computer. I'm sorry if you.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Just because we had a problem with the connection in the other computers. Yeah, but we are. She's with me, my computer, and did you send the presentation?
No, I didn't.
If you want to send, I can maybe open the other computer. Sorry about that.
Você considera que a produção do Brasil mata em torno de 5 mil, 6 mil pessoas todo ano? Ainda tem isso.
Sorry, I didn't get your email yet. So, okay, so as we don't have much time, I'll introduce you, and if I get your presentation, I'll start here, if it's fine for you. So, Giovanna Mauro is an undergraduate student at the University of Padova, Italy. She's currently studying at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland with the Erasmus program. Interested in medieval Italian literature, she's developing the research project Church and Empire, Politics in Religion, and Analysis of the Corruption of the Church and the Papacy Inside the Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Furthermore, she's also a member of Incontrando Dante and Progetto Archeticum, study group based at the University of Padova, and Vivo Medieval and Renaissance History Group, a study and research group based at the Federal University of Santa Maria in Brazil. I'm sorry because I can't even make other people see you.
Okay.
Let me try to please. I don't even know how to put it in the screen. Okay. I'm gonna maybe for most part of the room, you can see you. Okay, I have your PowerPoint here. I'm gonna.
Okay. Okay.
can follow your slides and just ask me to pass.
Oh, okay.
Maybe because now we have them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to apologize for not being able to be there in person. I had a problem, like I told Beverly, with my ticket yesterday, and I couldn't leave Edinburgh, so I was stuck here. So today I will propose a brief discussion about possible relationships between Dante Alighieri and Machado de Assis concerning the understanding of complicated political scenarios, with an emphasis on the Brazilian case. You can jump to the other slide, please. So I'm currently developing this research project that aims to understand how the criticism of the church generation is represented in the Divine Comedy. And I thought it would be interesting to build a connection between my research and also think about my country. So to start, I would like to introduce you to the comedy. So the Divine Comedy was written between 1306 and 1321, and it is divided into three canticles, that is canticles. So it's hell, purgatory, and paradise. And it is interesting to notice that Dante's masterpiece stands out among Western literature classics as one of the most read in Brazil. Dante intended to use his poetry as a tool for social change and for achieving justice and freedom. In that sense, the reflections on the concept of corruption, emancipation, and separation of the two powers that are present in the comedy provide the means for the beginning of transformation toward a new human being in a new society. When speaking about Brazilian literature, it can be stated that Machado de Assis admires Dante deeply, and we know that in his translation of Hell's 50 Canto and his direct and indirect references to Alighieri throughout his production. If you can change the slide, please. So the comedy is a masterpiece that intends to unify the destiny of the poet with the destiny of humanity. In that sense, it can be ideally used to understand a society like the Brazilian one. Let's say, my main goal for today is to briefly analyze Dante's political thought and its influence in Machado de Assis one, as presented in Esaúdico and Ido and Jacob, as translated to English, to demonstrate how the political discussions inside medieval Italian production arrived in the 19th century Brazilian literary production and are still relevant to understand our contemporary Brazil. You can change the slide again, please. So I believe that it's time for us to move to political representation in the Divine Comedy. So Dante's political position can be understood both from his actions as a politician in Florence, where he disapproved Pope Boniface VIII mentioned its actions in the city, and from his two main treatises. The poet defends the harmonical division of powers throughout the comedy, as the work again presents Dante's argument in his political treatise. In the words of George Holmes, the main political conclusions of the monarchia, that is one of his treatises, the necessity for a universal Roman Empire and a church without money or jurisdiction, are entirely in agreement with the views that are expressed in the comedy. So, for the analysis and the comparison with the thought of Machado de Assis, I would like to comment briefly on Alighieri's political vision expressed within three of his cantos. So first, I would like to speak about Hell's 19th canto, where Dante's political opinion is introduced through an invective against the corrupted clergy and the church interference in the Italian state. So in this section of Hell, the representatives of the high clergy are depicted as simoniacs, selling the sacrament and interfering in secular affairs. Alighieri's consistent and evident criticisms of the church and the papacy in this canto are personified in the representation of Boniface VIII, and are also consistent with his position defended before. Moving to purgatory, we can say that it represents society in transition, and I would like to speak about one of the cantos, that is the 16th one. So there, Dante deals with the jurisdictional dispute between secular and ecclesiastical authority through the discourse of the two sons. So, according to him, God created two sons, ordained to guide man along the two different roads of life. But one of them, the church, has distinguished the other, that is the empire. And this image represents Dante's opinion that the two powers should be equal and harmonical on earth. Furthermore, the knowledge of evil in the self and also in the state that is described in hell and also in purgatory is completed in paradise. So the political controversy acquires a resilient tone in Paradise, where Dante, dialoguing with his successor, reflects on the importance of overcoming differences between parties, aiming to valorize each one's function within politics. So I think we can jump like 3 slides that I forgot to tell you. Sorry. Should be reading like the Brazilian reception of Dante. Okay. So now that we have discussed Dante's political themes, it is time to move on and analyze the reception of the Divine Comedy in Brazil. So the first copy of the masterpiece arrived in Brazil in the 17th century. However, it is noted that in the 3 centuries of the period in which Brazil was a colony, Dante's influence was only sparse. And so later on in the 19th century, an important author started to make references to Dante, that is Machado de Assis. And also he made a translation, as I noticed before. You can move the slide again, please. So it should be noted that Machado de Assis was one of the Brazilian writers who most dialect with Dante in his text. However, Machado does not simply reuse the verses of Dante. He adapts them to the Brazilian context. Like Dante, Machado de Assis lived in a troubled political context marked by transitions. One of his novels that most addresses the political theme is Esaú Jacó. The narrative takes place years before its publication, in the context of the abolition of slavery and the proclamation of the Republic, and offers a deep analysis of the interesting aspects of this changing country. You can change, please, the slide again. So in Esaú Jacó, the political theme is explicit, considering the protagonists Pedro and Paulo, that are enemies in personal and political life, one of tendencies towards the Republic and other towards the Empire. In addition to the ideological conflict between the two brothers, some chapters deal brilliantly with the political transformation in Brazil at the time. This is the case, for example, of Tabuleta Velha and Manhã de Quinze, to name a few examples. Thus, considering the significant criticism of the Brazilian political context of the time, it is not by chance that Machado de Assis' novel begins with an epigraph resuming a verse from the Divine Comedy. So this quotation from Dante appears twice in the novel. It says, "Dico che quando l'anima malnata." So it appears as an epigraph and also in chapter 12. When consider Iris, when writing his memorial, using the verse to describe a woman he met. The verse is taken from House 50 Canto, where Minos judges the soul. And considering the context of the Divine Comedy, I think that this verse mainly refers to Dante's political enemies. They would be these bad and barely born souls that were predestined from birth to spend eternity in hell. Therefore, these new elite representatives in Esaú Jacó, such as the character Santos and Nóbrega, would be the enemies whom Iris would despise. They would be the ill-born souls of the Dante's epigraph. There are these people that were predestined from birth to misfortune. After all, if the Florentine attributed capital sins to his political enemies, Iris would also attribute to his enemies at least one capital sin, that is the sin of vulgarity. The case of the character Santos will be analyzed closely due to his selfish and self-centered behavior. The small involvement of the ordinary citizen with the more significant issues of the country seems to be described by the author in this book. The characters seem more concerned with personal issues than aspects concerning the whole nation. This is the case of Santos, for example. Belonging to a privileged social class, Santos worries about the functioning of the financial system that governs the nation upon learning that the Republic is approaching. It is clear, however, that his concern is not with a possible social crisis, but the damage he would have if something like that happened. In addition to worrying about the harmonious functioning of his financial system, he is also concerning about a possible revolution, a possible revolt against the elite of which he is a member. You can jump to the next one, please. So after a brief discussion about the Divine Comedy and Esaú Jacó, it is time to conclude. The Brazilian political scene at the end of the 19th century was not disturbed by the corrupt and powerful church as we saw in the case of Dante. However, the vulgarity and the selfishness of the new elite that ruled the country behaved like a problem of equal size. In Esaú Jacó, the selfishness and cynicism Nobre and Santos are equally harmful to the country as the individualistic policy of Boniface and other corrupt folks. Another point of conversion between the two authors is the understanding that if each conscience is not conforming along with politics, politics does not change. We have seen how Alighieri makes this opinion clear, especially in his conversation in Paradise. In Isaújapó, a change in society is represented. However, amid this transformation, little seems to have actually changed. Formerly enslaved people would continue to live dependent on a structure that excluded them. The political regime changes, but this little changes the country. So it also underlines a society that alienates itself from definite historical moments, a society that lacks unity. The position of Machado is similar to Alighieri's one in that sense, which is justified by his experience in a war that transformation did not actually transform the country. Alighieri's poetry is employed as a tool for social change. The transgressions and sins committed by the clergy are denounced to provide the means for initiation and transformation. At the end of the comedy, Dante concludes that the only solution to this harmony between powers is individual awareness, a process that the poet recognizes as difficult but not impossible. From this perspective, Machado's criticism follows a similar direction. The reader of Isaújapó questions at the end of the novel whether the transformation of the Brazilian scenario at the end of the 19th century generated changes for the country. Perhaps Machado's answer was not entirely positive, since, like Dante, he recognizes the importance of overcoming differences between parties, represented by the broader state power, rebuilding individual conscience and active participation in politics. In this perspective, I wish to conclude my presentation with a reflection. Could we, in the 21st century, still use the political reflection of a Florentine poet of the Middle Ages and Machado de Assis to properly discuss proposals for achieving autonomy and harmony inside Brazilian political context for the following years? I tend to answer yes, but I will leave the reflection with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry about all this technological situation. And we'll have again for our questions later. So, just a minute. Okay. So now we are heading to our last presentation. That is from Gabriel Canari. He's a third year PhD in sociology at the University of Oxford. His thesis project titled Uniform Bandits, Criminal Governance by Police in Contemporary Brazil explores the ways in which police gangs and militias dominate various illicit markets and govern urban communities. He was previously a researcher at the University of São Paulo Center for Disability Violence and obtained an MPhil in Latin American Studies from the University of Cambridge. Your position is here. Okay, just one moment. Here. Sorry. Okay, almost there.
Hopefully it's interesting. Yeah, so back to police violence after the so yeah, what I'm presenting today is one of the chapters of my PhD thesis. I just got back from the second round of fieldwork, so I think it's a good time for me to be receiving any feedback. So yeah, brief overview of what I'm going to be talking about. So just my overall thesis project. So I want to compare militia groups and police gangs in Belém and in Rio, and I'm trying to understand why these phenomena are so enduring. So you have different groups that don't really last over time. Militias and police gangs aren't very long lasting, but new generations of police gangs and militias are constantly being formed since at least the 1950s, I argue, or so, in a concrete form. So try and integrate some sort of historical analysis to this work. And I think, going back to the term that Tom used, I think, of tracing lineages, right? That's kind of what I'm trying to do here as well, trying to understand this as a product of the structure of police agencies in Brazil. So we've had a military police since even before independence in Brazil. It's a very peculiar institution. It's a very strange organization. And I'm trying to sort of reflect on the ways that this organizational culture and the sort of militarized mentality of public security helps to create these groups here. And this is something that, when I talk to police officers or people who deal with these kinds of groups, they usually say, oh, the guys that are involved in this are sort of the bad police, they're sort of bad apples, and sort of trying to understand these people as sort of a direct product of the way that we built up police agencies in Brazil. So when I talk about police gangs, those of us who know Brazil know them as grupos de extermínio. I argue in favor of using this gang terminology because I think it speaks better to the way that these groups actually operate. They don't just engage in unlawful killings. In fact, they're really pretty sophisticated criminal enterprises. And so I'm trying to sort of disaggregate between militias and police gangs. So these two phenomena that are really quite similar, but have, I think, really important differences. I think especially when it comes to territorial orientation, militias being these sort of groups that are very focused on their home turf and sort of try to maximize political and policing authority within their own neighborhoods. And police gangs functioning a little bit more like criminal firms, but also providing criminal governance. Criminal governance being, making claims to dominate the use of violence in the territory, provide certain business services in a community, usually in daily security provision. So for this chapter here, I'm focusing only on in Belém. So I'm studying 3 police gangs in Belém. Just briefly, why I chose to study Belém alongside Rio, I think a lot of, especially with foreign-based literature on criminal governance and police violence in Brazil, focuses on Rio. And I think there are very pertinent reasons for that, but I think there's also a tendency to extrapolate everything you need to know about policing in Brazil from what's happening in Rio. And I think it's important to, what I'm interested in is sort of trying to learn about these processes of sort of criminal interchange, sort of the exchange of criminal knowledge and the sort of exchange of expertise that happens amongst police officers throughout Brazil. So you have police agencies organized at the state level, and each state has their own police agencies, but there's a high degree of coordination amongst these police officers, through associations, through the equivalent of what would be labor unions, but they are constantly sort of learning from each other and trying to implement models of illicit profiteering in their own jurisdictions. And I think Belém is a really, pertinent case to look at this comparison, sort of cross-city comparison, alongside Rio. And there's also the political, sort of the electoral element as well, which is quite important. Belém has also had a lot of really important politicians who used to be police officers who had a lot of ties to these groups that I'm studying. So for this chapter, I'm looking at 3 different police gangs. Hopefully I have enough time to just summarize the 3 cases quickly. The data sources are all fieldwork based. So the first group that I'm looking at, I argue, is the sort of embryonic form of the police gang formed in Belém. It was a rapid response, sort of an elite police unit called the Patel, that was created in 1988. It was meant to be like the Rota in São Paulo or the Rota in Rio, and its officers were trained by the Rota, in fact. And again, you think about this process of criminal interchange. Within 2 years of this police agency being created, these police officers start creating these sprawling protection rackets that fit within their patrol areas. So they start charging local businesses for protection. And this is sort of the first time in Belém where you see police officers engaging in illicit conduct while they're on police duty. So they're using police cars, using police uniforms, and this is sort of harking back directly to what happened with the Bop in Rio. Before that, with the Scuderia Bop in Rio in the late 50s, early 60s. The Patel engages in these sort of really awful chacinas, really awful massacres, to the point where the state governor abolishes the police unit, which also is really rare occurrence to have a police unit that's so violent that a state governor decides to abolish it. But I think what's important here is that instead of expelling the police officers involved in this unit, the state government just transfers them to other police battalions. So this sort of facilitates, proliferation of these techniques
And this sort of coincides in the second case, which sort of takes place when Belém becomes a really important hub for transnational drug trafficking. So at this point, the police gang in question here, which is the most prominent one at the time, they start charging drug traffickers for protection as well. So drug traffickers that wanted to sell in their turf in Equality, which is in Belém, they had to pay the police gang for protection. And again, a similar system where they had their military police college in the same town in the gang, but they also recruited civilians to work for the organization. So you see the sort of criminal enterprise become a little more sophisticated, a little more structured. This gang also engaged in higher killings, extremely violent as well. Probably killed over 200 people. Eventually, there's a joint operation that the police and federal prosecutors, and they take this gang down. And despite the sort of large-scale joint operation, they keep forming new police gangs, new generations of police gangs in Berlin. So this is my third case, this sort of third generation, the sort of more recent form of the police gang. And at this point, the gangs, they're no longer charging drug traffickers for protection, they're also directly managing drug sales. And they're also engaging in home burglaries and sort of kind of more petty crimes. And this is also reflected that Berlin becomes a really violent criminal ecosystem at this time as well. So you have different drug factions competing for access in the city, and the police are engaging in these high-profile massacres as well. So this gang sort of increasingly resembles, the police gang, more recent one, sort of increasingly resembles just more conventional, what we think of as more conventional criminal enterprises. What's interesting about this gang as well is that they also start to build up political connections. So these sort of powerful law and order politicians, they start to sort of befriend them, and sort of WhatsApp groups start sharing pictures of these guys with these politicians. And there's indications that when the gang leader of this gang, Lynn, was eventually arrested, but there's indications that he's able to obtain an appeal by a federal court in 2020. There's indications that this was facilitated by sort of lobbying by these sort of powerful law and politicians to set him free. So this guy is now at large again, and he hasn't been expelled from the police yet. This is just a quick sort of simplistic results table as well. So I just wanted to sort of try to understand the different characteristics of the different generations of police gangs and the traits that sort of last over time. And I think what I'm trying to do for my third and fourth chapter, my final fourth chapter, is to think about the sort of electoral links a little more directly, because I think this is sort of the latest evolution of it, and sort of coincides with and helps to shape sort of Bolsonaro's sort of shoot to kill rhetoric, trying to get police to be able to kill people and not face any judicial repercussions. So I'm trying to think about these things in conjunction now. Yeah, I think I might just leave it there. Thank you.
So we have some time for discussion. Very interesting because we depart from continuity and ruptures to identities and how they are created and projected. So it's all, at the end of the day, we had a very ambitious idea of bringing people unrelated, but all the works are related somehow. And so, if you want to share any thoughts.
Very positively impressed by all that I have seen and heard throughout the day. So I'll try to follow my methodology and try to deal with some questions. And I'll start with Andrea, who's given us very vivid depiction of Brazil back in the early 20th century. It was really nice to hear from you. I could learn lots. And I remember listening to Ambassador Rubens Recupero, who's recently been delving into this, not just the event, the celebration of Brazil's birthday, creativity, things like this. He was bottom line optimistic about the year 1922. Of course, looking back in hindsight, it's more or less easy to identify, to spot this kind of positive manifestation. So I now invite you to do the same with regards to 2022. We haven't even reached the end of this year, but it's already delineating like a very historic year for Brazil. All in all. So what do you make of 2022? I mean, when you in the future, as a historian, this is kind of inadequate, inappropriate. But how do you imagine this year will be seen when textbooks like this by historians like yourself? Maybe I should drop some comments, and then each one of you can respond. Wow, breathtaking, impressive, shocking, sad. Two technical questions. What was the sampling technique? How do you get to those 300 people?
Yes.
And second, would there be any difference between black interviewees and white interviewees, or you did not control both?
I did, and answer this one. I did, and there was no difference. Even among the black respondents, the remembrance rate was the same. Yeah. Class. Yes. What about class? Class, no. It's because when I work with class, there is a little bit blurred, I would say. Because when we are interviewing, people tend to think that they belong to a class that they do not, according to official classification. So it is hard sometimes to ask people because I mainly work with ethnography. I don't work with surveys. This research was a preliminary step for my ethnography. Actually going to Brazil, this was done remotely from here. So usually what I do is I go, I direct okay. So usually what I do is I go, I observe, in Rio it's easier for me because I have context, but when I was looking much more into cultures of resistance in the favelas, what I did was I went there, I first observed, and then after a period of observation, I started to talk to people. I know some ethnologists like to start interviewing and talking and interaction, but my way of working is usually first observe without intervention, and then I start talking with people. The sampling. When I was planning my research, I was talking with a friend that usually works with quantitative methods. And I told her, well, I want to know if when I go to Rio, I wanted to have a good sample, but because I work with ethnography, usually I could go there and talk to like 2 people. It doesn't make a difference for an ethnographer. But I wanted something that would give other people that are not ethnographers an idea of variety. That I actually went there and I talked with different people. Because I'm talking about memory, and my previous research was focused in the favelas, and now it's not. Because police violence, I know it is very focused in the favelas, so that, but it also happens in other parts of the city, usually poor neighborhoods and peripheries. So we got she run a sample for me on how I could get an idea of the existence or not of racialized regimes of remembrance in Brazil. We started this research actually looking into signs of a racialized regime of remembrance, such as school curriculum, how they talk about Black history in Brazil, how they present Black people in Brazil, that they still talk about Black people in Brazil as slaves, not enslaved people, from signs of memorialization and commemoration, like street signs and street names. We don't have many Black people giving their names to streets in Brazil. That's a very basic form of commemoration. So we got from there to how we could get a sample of people that could give us an idea if, when we talk about contemporary events, if this regime actually exists. So it was to give an idea. I would say that if I was working with quantitative method, I would need a lot more, especially if I want to look into the entire country. I focus on South and Southeast. Actually, my research is Rio and São Paulo. But even though I think that I would need more to work with them. Because this is the first step, and I'm still going to do ethnography that was literally a sample.
I'll just quickly go through Giovanna's piece of work. I was so deeply impressed by the fact that Giovanna, my sincerest congratulations on your work. When I was your age, you were an undergraduate student, if I heard it right, I wouldn't be doing the kind of thing that you are. It's impressive and very well done. I mean, the work speaks for itself. Very ambitious one. And this is my point, actually. How can you even compare such different periods and styles and characters? Have you given some extra thinking about the risk of incurring anachronism? And I'd like to hear from you your thoughts about this topic, anachronism. And finally, great work by WL as well. And I love the way you bring Belém to this conversation. It's totally correct. And, but I was wondering, why not, I don't know, maybe some international comparison, like Central America, even South America, just because you have access to the world while you are in the UK and Oxford. So why not?
Yeah. Okay, so I think sorry, but just like making space. Okay. So they are sharing space with Robinson now.
Should I go or?
So Bella, can you hear? Yeah, yes, I can. Okay. Maybe let's just follow the order. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So thank you so much for the comment. And yeah, of course there is a risk of like falling into an acronym, but I thought of this work as a kind of homage to Brazil because like usually I think that I don't know, like I have this feeling of living Brazil aside because I always study like Italian and Italian literary production, so I wanted to get involved with Brazil and well, I'm not actually saying that like for Dante and Machado are not the same, but I was like trying to underline the influences that Dante had in Machado, and also something that Machado said a lot, and also Dante 13th century to the 19th century, and there was like being to general, but the thing that I wanted to point out is that we as humans have the same problems that we have always had. So it was a kind of philosophical relation that I was trying to underline in this paper.
I just have a quick reply. It is a great question, and I think that's definitely the plan. Eventually, to study outwards, El Salvador or some other place like that would be really interesting. Even police gangs in the U.S., Chicago, LA, I think that'd be really interesting. But I think maybe it reflects a little bit of Jovan as well, the limits of ambition. You know, like my department, it was hard enough to convince them to let me do 2 cities in Brazil. You know, to do another country, I think, yeah, it would be difficult, but definitely, yeah, definitely looking forward.
So even though I'm a historian, I'm often bold enough to maybe too bold to think about the present in historical terms. Yeah, which is not, there's a whole, methodological debate about whether historians do that or not. I say, what the hell, and that's in the paper. And so in comparing 1922 and 2022, one of the conclusions I draw here, and it's a little bit schematic, I'm still kind of thinking through this, but I think 1922, well, so the fact that both are election years, both 22s, means that even more so, the remembrance of the independence cannot but be political. There's no way to do it because the content of a presidential campaign, the visions that are at stake really matter. And so my distillation at the very end of the paper, I say, if 1922 was a moment of frustration in which an alternative to the status quo was being molded, the Communist Party, 2022 was a moment of decision. There were very clear decisions on the table about which direction we could take. And a difference between 2022 and 1922 is that these states were defined almost on population terms. And the Bolsonaristas described what happened with Lula one, and then those who were Lula described what happened with the alternative one. That Brazil risked failing as a nation depending on the outcome from whatever side of the spectrum one lives. Whereas 1922, this was the moment in which political alternatives were still forming. Frustration, the country isn't what it should be, what it could be. What are we going to do about it? Whereas 2022, there are a lot of concrete political alternatives on the table. So yeah, I'm still kind of working on this idea, but I like the comparison here of election year and independence anniversary as these kind of factors of comparison between as I say, taking the temperature of political debate in these 2 important years. So yeah, again, I probably shouldn't as a historian try to historicize 2022 because it's not even past yet. But I can't. I'm going to be working on it. Yeah, what was it about it? It didn't occur to me, but I saw that.
Just something, Fernando. It seems to me that the mainstream media's framing of it should be a considerable part of the answer. So, have you thought of doing ethnography with them?
Actually, yes, I did for my PhD. I started studying racialized regimes of representation in Brazil. So I studied the misrepresentation of the black and the poor by the mainstream media. So that was the seed, the idea of looking into memory, how this is impacting on memory, because there's this concept of when we are talking, especially about marginalized groups, there's this concept to talk about the memories of the present. That's basically how the media is representing the events that are happening right now is going to be the base of how they are going to be remembered in the future. So yes, and I agree with you that the misrepresentation in the mainstream media in Brazil is the main factor in the misrepresentation of memories, and even in things like the legitimation of police violence in Brazil, because if the mainstream media is representing people as criminals, the population, the society will accept violent police because they will think, well, they are I think that the mentality in Brazil is that there's no problem with the police that kills. They do not care much about this. They want the problem solved. So if they think that the police is killing criminals, there's not much of a discussion on this. Especially when we are talking about Rio and São Paulo. I don't know, I was going to ask something to Gabriel.
I think it's interesting in Belém until I think a couple of years ago. I think in Rio São Paulo is the same thing. They had the police section in the newspapers as well. So like the media articles they had. And you have, when I went through the ones in the late 80s and 90s, they had pictures of like body parts floating in rivers and like really ridiculously like awful pictures in the newspapers of police.
Yes, when I was still studying journalism, we used to call that section Prêmio Section. Yeah.
But I had some related questions on the 7 cases that you showed as well. Was that also based on your perception of how high profile they were?
Yes, I actually, not my perception. Before that, I made a study on what was considered local and national news. So I tried to select cases that were considered national news when they happen, because it makes no sense to present people with something that would make the national news and something that was only local, even if the person is local, and want them to remember it the same. So I only got a case that made the national news. That was one of the criteria to select the case.
Would like to start with, I have one suggestion. I don't know, maybe you know the work of Dani and Barbara.
Yes.
Because I think, I'm sure you did.
Yes. Anti-Black City.
Yeah. Because I was thinking about that, the kind of like his more recent work, where he's talking about the kind of like reactions, right? And I'm thinking the question about the media, right? The media is something that everyone's consuming, whereas I was wondering if there is a more kind of localized, sort of like almost vernacular memory, which is very strong, but it's very situated and localized and kind of can fuel very strong reactions, but it's not going to be sort of, a sort of national kind of like shared emotion, but stronger but more localized.
Yes, there is something I think is very interesting, is that when I lived in Brazil, I actually lived in not exactly inside of the development, in a poor neighborhood that we had chacina, I don't know how to but we had a chacina. It made the national news, and for a while it was very famous. Everyone was talking about. I was still a child, but these days, sometimes when I comment with people, "Oh, do you remember the chacina in Vigarajau?" Most people will say, I'm not sure, but if I go back there, I went back there when I was doing my PhD and talk with people, even young people that were not even alive, they know it because oral history, as I was saying, oral history, that people will keep talking about that. So I think that when looking into memory, especially in Brazil and third world countries, that technology is still very recent for these people. Access to smartphones and the internet is still very recent. We still have to look into oral history and the ways people interact with personal and collective memories. So this research that I'm doing is focused on how people are turning shared heritage, so pain, in material for resistance. How they are using these memories to resist this kind of problem.
Yeah, I think, I would love if you see them on. It's very interesting. And I had a question for you, sorry, Gabriel. Because I was wondering, like, in the case of Rio, the sort of militia and the kind of police violence, criminality has been associated with the growth support for Bolsonaro in Rio, where he's kind of like, he has a very strong hold there. And I was wondering, Pará is not, it's not that kind of like the geography of the vote there, at least as far as I know, wasn't there. So how do you sort of see this narrative of criminality in Belém, how and why perhaps it has kind of YouTube support for the far right or not in Brazil?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. But I think what we have in Belém is a little similar to Rio is in the 2010s, these militia guys started providing security to these police officers who are running for office. So similar to Rio, like when they come to the neighborhood, the militia guys will do their security. And I think from there, these militia guys themselves start to build up their own electoral mission. But it hasn't translated as much as it has in Rio, where they directly launched candidates for office. But I think that's sort of the next stage of my research that I wanted. I was avoiding talking about electoral gatekeeping and all this stuff before. But now with this election now 2022, when I was there in Belém, just before the election, there were very strong indications that there was vote buying going on in these neighborhoods that these police gangs and militias were acting. So these guys were coercing people to sign up to vote buying. And you had, I think it was 28 military police officers who ran for office in Pará this election, so a large number. But I don't know if the vote buying is to benefit these candidates directly, but starting to.
No. The first one is that you mentioned the differences between police violence in Belém and Rio. And I wanted you to talk a little bit more about that. I'm very interested about that because when I was doing my research, I saw these differences between Rio and São Paulo. Rio has a strong culture of the Brazil in Rio that we don't have in São Paulo, and it seems irrelevant when we think about it. Oh yeah, we use big guns in Rio, but it makes a lot of difference on how the criminal gangs act and how the police react. And I wanted to know a little bit more of the difference that you saw between Rio and Belém. And the second one is that when you went there now, you felt safe doing your ethnography. This was a major problem for me in my first research, and I'm trying to avoid problems again. So I wanted to know your experience if you felt safe, especially talking with the police. Because I had no problems going instead of Amsterdam. I had no problems talking with people. But with the police, it was not very safe for me to learn with you.
Yeah, I think the first question in terms of the differences, I think it speaks a little bit to the geography of Rio, the Subida Morro kind of thing, you have to go up the hill. And the fact that what's similar between Belém and Rio is that the drug market has always been sort of militarized in both cities. And I think that might have to do with the Comando Vermelho, which is very strong in Belém as well, like in Rio. So the focus of Fumo, the drug selling points are all, they're armed, they're at gunpoint. And São Paulo has been disarmed.
Yes, São Paulo is really
and that sort of gives the police the official justification of that urban warfare mentality, and it also gives them the competitive advantage to go up to these guys and be like, listen, you either give us a part of your profits or we'll take over this book of Fumo here. So I think that happened a lot. And in Belém, there was a period between, I think around 2010 to 2018, where it was the most violent city in Brazil by far, and one of the most violent in the world, because the drug market was sort of very much in dispute between Colombia and the police.
That's another thing about representation, that how people have this perception that Rio is the most violent city in the world. It's not. It's usually not even the top 10. But because of the media representation, of the highlighting Rio, people have this idea that Rio is the most violent city.
Yeah, for sure. And then just to final the safety question, I think overall it did feel safe. And I think, having said that, I think I would have done a few things differently that I think I might have exposed myself, because it's this thing about Brazil that you don't know who knows who. What I found out when I was there in person in the field, I thought all these guys that I was studying, specific guys, I thought they had all been arrested or killed, because especially the ones that were like 15 years ago or 10 years ago. But I was gradually discovered that most of them have actually been released or are home arrest, which is not really home arrest. So while I was there, I started getting concerned. But I managed to speak with, I think, very high-level commanders. That's what surprised me. There's a lot of people within the police that were willing to talk about these issues openly. But yeah, I'm not going to pretend that I wasn't concerned. Yeah, especially when you have to ask about specific. And the politicians. And I was there right before the election. there was no immediate concern.
Yeah, but I experienced something that very similar with what you said about the high command, because I went to talk with commanders of both and shop in Rio, and it was very fine. We discussed the problem, we talked about possible solutions and this kind of thing. But when I was doing my ethnography inside the village, and I was in the fourth, fifth day, I had a police officer coming to me and said, "Oh, I've seen you here before. What are you doing here?" I said, "Oh, I'm doing this stuff." "Yes, I know. Your name is," and I was like, "This guy knows my name. He's observing me here." So I felt not really safe, but it was an officer in the streets, not the commander. So I felt the same thing, that if you go to the commander, they will be open to talk.
Yeah.
But the officers in the street, they will not be so friendly as well.
Yeah, and I designed sort of short filler stints precisely for that reason.
Okay,
We talk a lot.
I know. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just because we must leave the room by 6:30, and I'm super thrilled to hear Mara research, and it's very interesting what she's doing. So I'm gonna now leave floor to Mara. And we can continue discussing it after, and after this workshop, we are also meeting at the club around 10 minutes from here. So if you want to just join us and have a drink and talk a little bit more, I'm going to find you here, and I'm going to save Giovanna in a second. Is this, sorry, Mara. This one. Here and I should be introducing. I'm getting there. Oh my god. Just a minute. Okay, so thank you, Mara. So Mara is a lecturer in urban geography and director of the Master City Programs of Urban. Her research looks at the relationship between the popular economy and urban space. She's interested in multi-scholar geographies and social-political repercussions of the labor crisis. Her work focuses on the encounters between the urban poor, the middle class, and the state, exploring how those encounters shape urban space, policymaking, and social thought. Thank you so much, Mara.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I have to hear me speak for a bit before. I'm the big standing between you and Via, and that's not great. Thanks a lot, Tamara, and also Beatrice for the invite to come here and talk to you. So I'm going to present some of this sort of preliminary, but also very kind of like paper that I've been working on and currently revising for John. So any comments would be very welcome. But I can present you kind of a version of it because, like that, and I was a bit unsure because the thing was so open if I should go for generality or if I should do something more localized. And I ended up settling for something more or less in the middle, but mostly focused on getting increasingly more particular as it gets closer to my work. So the new world of labor challenges for progressive politics. So what I'm doing with this paper is kind of like trying to understand something that surprised me when I was doing youth work. I've been doing youth work with street vendors since 2014, and then during the 2018 elections, I realized that a lot of them were not supporters, and
portray the most predominant narrative about the elections in Brazil, which is this divide between somewhat rich areas of the country, the south and southeast, versus north and northeast as the kind of backward areas of the country, with some caveats, obviously, right? Minas kind of there being this sort of swing state in this election, and sort of like in the previous election having been much more Bolsonarist. And what David talks about in this kind of in this blog post that he presents this map is that the problem with this map is that it doesn't show you density, right? It doesn't show you the importance of each of those kind of like electoral colleges for the result. And also it kind of creates this false narrative between rich voting for Bolsonaro and poor voting for Lula, which is not, or Haddad, which is not true because, you know, there are not 50% of Brazil is basically not rich, right? So there is a cross-class policy alliance that allows for the victory of Bolsonaro in 2018 and for his continuous kind of like not success, but relative success in the elections in terms of security votes. And what I'm going to do then is kind of like lower and go into cities, which is what I do for a living, and think about that kind of geography of the voting in relation to urban areas. And then you see 2018 on the left-hand side, 2022 on the right-hand side, and you see São Paulo was a very sort of like celebrated case for the PT, because they recovered a lot of the areas that they have lost in 2018. But you can see still that, you know, there are some pockets of Bolsonarism that remain in São Paulo. I'm not going to go into detail to this. There's an upcoming paper by Matthew Richmond and this in Kenya for the environmental politics. Anyway, they are analyzing this dynamic for São Paulo and for Rio. It's a very interesting paper focusing on 2018. But basically, you can see that, for instance, there is Zona Leste, which is like traditionally poor area of São Paulo, voted quite strongly for Bolsonaro's populism. So they're putting forward in that paper this idea of this cross-class politics and trying to understand a bit what led, you know, poor Brazilians for Bolsonaro. And Rio is a more kind of like strong kind of case, and you see again 2022 sort of they recovering a few areas that they had some support back kind of looking at 2014, but the picture was quite different. And then you have this case of all, which is Belo Horizonte, where, you know, it was 100% Bolsonaro in the main, although, you know, the color has faded a bit to a lighter blue. So what this shows for me is that, you know, the narrative, like we see the rise of the far right in Brazil, the rise of Bolsonarism as kind of paralleling the Trumpism and Brexit in the US and the UK. This kind of dynamic that generally sort of mobilized to explain the rise of the far right in the global north doesn't hold when we look at Brazil, which is this kind of, you know, as here, this kind of like big cities versus sort of like rural areas, the beneficiaries of globalization, the access to high quality public services, versus this kind of left behind industrialized rural areas. So this dynamic doesn't you cannot really see it in Brazil. And if you look, for instance, at the Philippines, the victory of Duterte, it has a sort of similar kind of dynamic in which he also relied on the active support of urban residents to win the election in the Philippines. So as a geographer, I see this as a sort of like as a sort of evidence that the kind of the process of urbanization that Brazil has gone through and other global south cultures have gone through has produced very different cities to the ones that people are comparing when they're looking at the US or the UK. And a lot of the cities in Brazil will have those different kinds of scenes more or less in parallel, right? Pockets will do well, picture, sort of in the sort of figure of the favela on the left-hand side here, but I'm more interested in the sort of informal work, right? I've looked at informality in the labor market in Brazil, focusing on street vendors since 2014, and what I've found is that although informality has increased in recent years, it has always been a prevalent feature of a very heterogeneous and stratified labor market in Brazil. So it has grown recently, but it was always there to an extent, right? Brazil's kind of like industrialization, urbanization, welfare, and the state has never really sort of been able to incorporate the whole of the labor force. And I think that has consequences for how we think about left-wing politics. So informalization, as I was saying, is kind of an old feature of Brazil. It has grown mostly during the industrialization of the country, which started more strongly in the 20th century. When it was first kind of appearing, it was theorized as a traditional kind of feature that would disappear with modernization and industrialization. And although this idea has been criticized by different scholars, it's still a very powerful narrative that I would argue hasn't completely disappeared yet. But as we see in Brazil, industrialization and informality actually grew simultaneously. And we have, for instance, Francisco de Oliveira, that some of you might know, Brazilian Marxist, which was analyzing the growth of informality back in the 70s and kind of, in a way, criticizing that narrative that the informal sector would disappear with modernization by arguing that actually informality in the periphery of capitalism was a necessary feature for the development of capitalism. And how that you have this coexistence between informality and the modern sector, which actually represented the abundance of cheap labor that allowed for the lowering cost of social reproduction. Right? You can think about that in relationship to the old construction of houses, also domestic worker, but also services like going to a car workshop or even a shoe shine or something like that, in which people would access those services quite cheaply and therefore have a much more kind of an impression of wealth that they didn't necessarily have. Right? So what Oliveira is arguing, I think it's to an extent, is that informal workers were essential to economic growth, essential to industrialization at the time, and excluded from the benefits of this process. And if we look at the relationship between formality and citizenship, there's further exclusion here in the sense that Brazil's first labor law, which was approved and finally divided in 1943, was very much kind of focused on a particular sector of the labor force. And James Austin, in his book, Citizenship, argues that what the labor law did was to constitute urban workers as special citizens by bestowing social rights that they had never had and celebrating the dignity of labor they had never recognized. But at the same time, this state-sponsored system of regulated citizenship didn't really kind of expand access to rights to everybody. And those laboring in the informal market, which at that time were mainly, and still are, non-white Brazilians, right? So in a country that was still dealing with the legacies of slavery, we have that this regime has deepened its system of differentiated citizenship, right? And excluded a big portion of citizens from accessing those rights. And I would further argue that informal workers are also have been mostly ignored by trade unions, right? That's not just in Brazil, that's the sort of global phenomenon. And if we look at the sort of new trade unionism, of which the PT and Lula are product, they also have recruited most of their members from particularly industrial and public sector sort of workers. And that idea has been sort of like symbolically what the worker in the Workers' Party sort of represents. I'm not saying obviously the good thing has changed a lot, but I would argue that that idea of the modern kind of worker is still somehow incorporated into the party's sort of conception of the future to sort of connect a bit with some of the discussions. And until recently, this formal workers were seen as a sort of mass without living wages. And just with the growth more recently of informality in the sort of heart of, the central capitalist countries, that informality has become more of a feature where people look at it from a political perspective as well. Not saying that there hasn't been discussions about the politics of informal work, but it's becoming much more sort of a topic of analysis. And what this research has shown, for instance, is that these informal workers, they don't have access to the same types of tactics or strategies that formalized workers have, so they come up with different sort of self-organizing strategies that are quite innovative, and also they have different goals, right, with this political action over time. So in my work, I have looked at street vendors in the city of Bariloche who are mostly fighting for access to urban space. And perhaps to connect a bit with the discussion here as well, one of the main kind of like discourses is that they are workers, they are not criminals, and therefore they should be treated as workers. Because they also have been, and I think this is a feature that they've been reporting more and more to me more recently, that they are subject to police violence as well. So in this work, as I was saying at the beginning of the presentation, I came up with this sort of anti-Pachista sentiment in 2018. And when kind of like talking about this with street vendors, one of the sort of sentiments that they shared with me was a sort of collective memory to connect with another topic against a particular sort of local government in the result of having implemented the first round of urban revitalization in the city center that took them away from the city center but also criminalized street vending in the city. And there was a thick sort of mandate by the famous kind of politician in Gerais was mayor from 2001 to 2009, and then governor from 2015 to 2019. So in his time as mayor, this first round of revitalization was implemented. Street vendors were kind of taken away from the city center and relocated to popular shopping malls. I think there is a similar policy not implemented by the city. And you can see sort of this before and after sort of pictures. The before is, people on the streets and this mess, and the after is emptiness, right? And this emptiness is seen as a pattern to the eye of the policymaker in this case. So the street vendors are ignored by unions, have no access to labor rights, and they are also, criminalized by the policy law. This is not just a Brazil, it's all over Brazil, and also in a lot of other places in the world as well, right? And as I was saying, this policy is what the company wants to like. This policy being implemented by the government, basically that street vendors will not hate him, hate his guts. You can't talk about having people will be angry. So in 2017, when I was doing further research in Bariloche, a new round of revitalization was going on. Basically what happened before was they were putting popular shopping malls, but with time the malls were becoming more and more gentrified, to use a convention term, and street vendors were going back to the streets, and also especially as we saw in the beginning of the presentation with the economic crisis in 2015-16, more informal workers coming to the streets. So in 2017, Kanye, who is, I don't know how much you know about this idea that the Workers' Party had betrayed them at work. Right? They were perceiving that policy that was happening in 2017 as a reenactment of that first round of radicalization, which had had very serious and negative consequences for them. I do not want to say, first of all, that all street vendors was not the case. And I also don't want to say that this explains why all of the street vendors that I talked to voted for Bolsonaro. But what I think it says is that there is a kind of a dynamic in other centers in Brazil. It's not just a Brazilian thing, which is this politics of non-wage workers, which left-wing parties, which have that sort of history much more connected with unions, therefore with a certain type of worker, has a very difficult time dealing with. So they do not know how to speak to this kind of worker, and do not know sometimes how to speak as well to new kinds of precarious labor which are emerging, such as app drivers, right? And this is another example that I thought was quite interesting during the elections. You know Galo, he's a sort of one of the leaders of the app drivers in São Paulo. For some occupations kind of figure, I find him a new organic intellectual of the working class of the 21st century. And I mean, if you read the second tweet, I think it's a sort of such a sort of condensed kind of analytical comment. I suppose that's what he is. But he's talking about Haddad's policy of reducing the speed limits in the cycling for motorcycles. And he said that's great, it reduces the number of deaths and helps increase traffic, but it didn't go well with the people of the traffic, which is motorcycles and app drivers in general. And what for me represents a similar kind of idea of trying to do with that paper, which is urban space is an important part of working class politics in contemporary world. Maybe it was always been, but it's becoming definitely more important. And there is a connection between urban policy and working class politics that the traditional kind of labor politics hasn't yet understood, right? I'm not saying that I'm against the balance policy at all. It's just that kind of understanding that for those whose livelihood depends on, in the case of street vendors, access to urban space, or in this case, to be able to move through space as quickly as possible, those kind of policies have impacts that they actually, those workers will sort of think about politics through those impacts that they experience. So, what I want to say with all of this, conclude is that I believe that the Brian and the kinds of labor he understood that this idea of the diminishing importance of wage work around the world, and it has different dynamics in countries like Brazil, where wage employment has never been necessarily the norm, right? So, how do we understand then this non-wage politics is important for how we are going to mobilize this working class constituencies, right, in order to build a more progressive alliance. And this is just a sort of Lula doing his pre-campaign before he was he gave a speech for the press talking about his idea how the air drivers should be effectively workers with contracts, with working hours and rights, to remunerate rest, to take care of their families. This is the deal that we want to build, and the kind of discussion that we want to have in order to rediscuss the role of labor in this country. While I see this as a positive step towards, seeing air drivers, for instance, once they incorporate into this sort of formalized, modernized sector, is also present here and present in at least Latin American land politics quite extensively. This idea for development looks like that perhaps your presentation sort of illustrated by talking about how that was playing out in the mid-20th century. I think those ideas of the future are still a bit present in Latin politics, and that creates some sort of disengagement with a particular type of working class. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Master's Hall, very well organized, and also you have focused on a very important topic to understand Brazil, today's Brazil, right? Although, yeah, you have planned that you would try to find a middle range topic, but I think it's very contemporary, right? And I was thinking to myself, many questions, I'll just give you two. Sure. I'll ask you two questions. First, you mentioned Chico de Oliveira's understanding of Brazil and his famous metaphor of the platypus, right? Or Brazil would be like a platypus-like economy because for Brazil to work, we must have like informality, precariousness, taking sides with modernity, industrialization, wealth. So it works like a compensation at the end, right? Two worlds apart, which are put together, and this is Brazil. And when Lula, he announces that he wants to regulate urbanization, informality. I'm afraid he might not find political room for this, or he might get trapped. I mean, there might be an economic trap right ahead, in as much as it is an expensive move in the sense that rides would become more expensive, drivers would get less money, or there would be less work for them, or their profit margins would narrow. So I'm afraid he might come across a very dangerous trap, an economic trap, a social trap. And I'm speaking of political rewards. It's more or less the same reasoning applicable to the case of Haddad. He might put into practice some very rewarding policies in the long run and in the short run. And for electoral purposes, they might be hurtful. I'd like to hear your thoughts about this because it's a trap. It seems to me to be a trap. And second of all, and you mentioned the case of Belarus, which I come from Belarus, on China, more or less well the situation in formal work, of course, not from an expert perspective, but I see vendors on the streets. And what I hear, and this is street talk, but what I hear is the complaints about the presence of the Chinese mafia. This is how they refer to this massive presence of Chinese retailers. Have you come across this kind of conversation, and what do you make of it?
I mean, I'm currently trying to write a sort of research project application to look exactly at that, because I mean, I'm going to ask that question because I'm thinking about it a lot. So I
two sorts of types of migration of Chinese to Brazil, mainly after 1930. One is the Castellaria Chinese, and the other one is the informality kind of stuff. You know, the people who are in the 1994 had a kind of shops. You know? So then they come from specific parts of China, it's quite interesting. And what this paper was saying is that there was sort of with the increased pulsing of the Paraguay-Brazil border, São Paulo became the sort of center of this economy, right? Like now products come direct to Brazil, Chinese migrants use that context back in China to get products, they resell it to Brazil, but then São Paulo became saturated as a market and they went to other places. And one of the places is the Southern Village. So I've heard this, the Chinese market, I've heard, so what they did in the research is that they bypassed, there was a kind of shop which was called a Mayu in the research, where people would go and buy the products that they would sell on the street. And these products were probably also not coming from China, but you know, with the sacareiros coming from Paraguay, passing to São Paulo, finally arriving. And nowadays, it's this direct route. They broke their money with the Chinese, right? So they own the shops which resell the products to street vendors. And what I've heard from the street vendors, there is xenophobia, which is something that I'm interested in, like how they, you know, they have very strong feelings about the Chinese, which I think are also mediated by race and ethnicity. But there is this sort of sentiment that they are somewhat being exploited. And I'm going to look into it. I'm not sure if it's, you know, what I'm going to find, but there's definitely that element of Chinese migrants arriving in the region recently and really restructuring this market. About your first question, is regularization a trap? I think it is, and I'm not sure we're going to go for it because I don't even think that the work is wanted. And that's what I say when I'm talking about you need to understand these people. Because, for instance, the air drivers, when they had the strike a couple of years ago, they didn't do regularization as one of their main kind of demands. They want other kinds of things. And for me, well, and I'm saying that I don't have an idea how to do it. Perhaps you know, the universal income is a way. But how do you bypass formalization as a path towards accessing rights? Right? Because that's the world we're living in now. It's not just Brazil. Liberalization is a process that is happening in the world, and there is this drive towards regularization, but I think we should also be thinking about how do we, you know, provide people with rights, not necessarily through work. Why work the way to which people become citizens, right? That's how particular
so like, okay, we are in touch, so please just contact Coops and we could be in touch. Mara, I'm so sorry. So if you want to have a drink, we are meeting at the Mills. It's a pub that we just put on Google Maps. The Mill. The Mill. It's gonna confirm to you. It's Mill Lane. 14 Mill Lane. Yeah. And maybe you can stop for you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Recording.
Queria falar com você sobre o livro que eu estou editando, que eu acho que é trabalho bem bacana.
Muito legal.
Você vai? Eu acho que eu vou.
Eu não vou conseguir ficar muito,
não, nem eu.
porque minha família está aqui.
Não,
mas Cléo, qual é o seu e-mail? Porque eu não consegui falar pequeno agora. Mas eu quero ler essa papel.
Então agora a gente